Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting up the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Pharaoh getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most that the curious unload. Content under pressure. About to explode like the Farino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got that scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile, with governmental approval. Invent the defenses cause our views get futile, it's brutal. So expensive, penny speed, and only foreign symbols all suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be that with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance cause like the present intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method, yes you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the prison and the sense. So don't expect the remedy, depend on me, my vanity. It's done forgiving me.
You can't resist the skin.
So give yourself a moving, it's still feel the wall, a martial law, you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back at the studio. Los Angeles, 1997. Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brad. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona knife. Never feel about I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Each time I stay all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down off in these streets, no money left to spend. Still sticking by the night before my brain is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd flashing through red lights. I'd rather see the college of some
Good morning on this NFL Week 13 Sunday morning, December the 3rd, 2023. We are just 4 weeks away from the dawn of 2024. If you're expecting to see flying garbage trucks at this point in your life, about 20 years ago, you're like, what does the future look like in 2024? Will they be flying garbage trucks? We are not quite there yet, but we are well on our way through the 2020s. Wow. Here we are, NFL Week 13. We'll break it all down for you. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach Studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is your full wagering breakdown of the NFL slate here that we have on this Sunday, here on the first Sunday of December football. You've heard, and maybe you haven't, and if you're new to the show, we'll get into a little bit about what we're about here in a second. But I've always kind of classified into a few things. September football is kind of the start of it. October football, you are a few weeks in. You should be kind of settled down, kind of know what you have for a team and what you're looking at. Are you going to be an improving team? Are you going to be a bad team? Are you just a good team? By October, you kind of know all of that. November is where you need to kind of prove it that you do belong. And December football is a whole new breed. It gives you opportunity where you may not have had it in the months prior, and you can solidify yourself as a true heavyweight and contender for the Super Bowl. And we will carry you through the entire playoffs and to the Super Bowl here on the Round Robin. If you're just joining us, here's what we are about. We try to find the best plays on the board. We will move lines anywhere we want to.
there are blowouts in every sport every day. So that gives us opportunity to try to find some of those. And you can kind of relate that to props as well. Over under 17.5 receiving yards. No, this guy's going to go way past that, 50 yards. So we'll try to come up with all kinds of angles where we invest the minimum to make the maximum profit, the maximum reward, whatever it may be, to pad our pockets here on an NFL Sunday and make it fun and exciting all at the same time. You know what? You're going to go spend $5 on a lottery scratcher ticket and not really have a chance to win much. You might get your $5 back. If you're really, really lucky, you might win $500, but you barely ever do that on a $5 scratcher. You'll spend a ton of $5 scratcher money before you get that $500 back. But in the meantime, like as we did last week, we hit a $2 bet for a nice, low 4-digit payout, as we did with 2 touchdown scores via the Pacheco, the Josh Allen, and Kyron Williams, as mentioned here on this show all last week. Those 3 guys came through with flying colors in the 4 o'clock window to cash. And how about the ticket of 2 touchdowns for Hurts and 2 touchdowns for Josh Allen to cash another one, all discussed here on the round robin. So we will find all kinds of angles as we go through the morning. I will start by looking up the updated lines from overnight. We will see how they moved. That's kind of the premise of the show from the get-go, was we wanted to be the first up at bat. We want to be your leadoff on a Sunday. Look at the fresh lines, start talking about the wagering while you're traveling the country, while you're making your coffee, cleaning the house, whatever it may be. You tune us in, you let it play, you listen, and you do whatever you need to do here for the next 4 hours while soaking in all the information that we can provide to have a very successful NFL Sunday, week 13 in particular, today. All right, so we'll get all through that. We'll do Dave Del Grande, our man from Castro Valley, California. He joins us every week. He gives us a great perspective from the West Coast. Dave was on my show about 20 years ago, and for the last 2 seasons, that's where I found him. The old tailgate players that got priced out by technology since we've gotten our new studio back into the thick of things here in the last 15, 16 months or so. Dave's been courteous enough to come on every week. He gives us a couple of hours, nonstop, no commercials. And we go through, whatever hot topics we have. We'll go through the wagering slate. We'll get all his best unique angles. And he has a good one today on our non-greedy ticket. The non-greedy ticket meaning that we find, 4 things that, should be layups, really. And in our discussion that we had, we record Dave on Saturdays. I mean, we're not going to wake him up at 4 o'clock Pacific time. So he's a great replay here for us. And we will have Dave on here in a few minutes. He is the founder of Mr. Fantasy. He is with Field Level Media. Dave covers the Golden State Warriors, the Denver Nuggets, formerly of the Oakland Tribune. So we are very, very gracious to have Dave Del Grande and all of his great accolades join us and be a big part of our show. After that, we will have the Ant-Man. We will have Nephew Dave. They will join me in studio, and we will go through the entire slate to see what we can dig up here for this Sunday. And the boys are red hot here. Dave sending me a couple of tickets that he's cashed. Anthony's been on it as well. I've hit a few tickets. So we are doing very, very well here in the studio, coming up with all kinds of unique angles, and we will go through that whole gamut of opportunity as we progress here in the next 4 hours. All right, so let's get right to it. Let's get to the lines from the overnight. Oh, and we do have EPL soccer. We have 4 games at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have another game after that. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and I might have some soccer plays for you here. In fact, we'll take a look at the soccer lines right before we go ahead and hit Dave Del Grande. So a little bit of opportunity maybe in the EPL this morning as you wait for football. Maybe we can grab some soccer loot on the way to some successful football stuff. So line movement overnight. The Chargers and the Patriots. The over-under is down now from 40 to 39.5. The Chargers laying 5.5 on the road in New England today. Battle of Brandon Staley and Bill Belichick. But everyone has been bringing down Coach Belichick down to the level of a Brandon Staley. He is not a popular figure right now. It doesn't matter how many Super Bowls you win. It is definitely what have you done for me lately. I'm a Coach Belichick lover. This is going to be a fun game for Foxborough fans. Hopefully today, if the Patriots can actually, and I'll do the State of the Union of the Patriots here with as I do every week when we get Nephew Dave in studio, which he says he's done with the State of the Union of the Commanders addresses after their debacle in Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. But they were well rested and have the Dolphins in town, so maybe a better chance for Washington at home today than what they than the consequences that they suffered down in Big D on Thanksgiving Day, as they definitely were the turkey of the day in that regard. So the Chargers minus 5.5. Justin Herbert and a banged up crew in New England. Bailey Zappi will get the nod for the Patriots. We will see if the Patriots can get their third win of the season. The Chargers are the right type of team to give it to them. The Steelers, they are at home minus 6.5, over under 41. Two teams heading in the opposite directions with the Cardinals in town. Kyler Murray has a banged up crew and a banged up cast. So a little bit maybe of junior varsity versus varsity here. We shall see. Mike Tomlin making the move to get rid of Matt Canada. The Steelers put up 400 yards of offense in Cincinnati last week. They will try to hold serve at home with the Cardinals coming in town. And it looks like we need to do some weather updates here. That's part of our deal as well. We have been expecting rain all week in Pittsburgh for today. So the weather forecast right now, and I need to get that for Boston as well. Looks like we'll have cloudy skies, so not as much rain, maybe a 30% chance of rain, upper 50s for the game with the Steelers and the Cardinals this afternoon. In Boston, if we rewind real quick to the Patriots and the Chargers, we are looking at potential light rain this morning. It looks like more heavier rain to set in the afternoon. So we could have a rain game there as well with the Chargers and the Pats. So keep an eye on those two. I mean, I think a chance for two real good underplays, perhaps on these two games as well if they're going to be a little bit soaking wet. We'll be indoors for Houston and Denver. The Texans laying a field goal over under 47.5. The Ant-Man and his injury knowledge is going to be crucial this morning. The Texans are one of those teams where they have some banged up key players like Tank Dell. Noah Brown's been out. They will have Nico Collins. But Russell Wilson and company, who are red hot, come into Houston. They're right back in the thick of the playoff picture, as are the Texans. The field goal kicker for the Texans last week could have tied the game against Jacksonville and did not. So we did like the over last week, and if he would have kicked the field goal, we would have gotten there. But he shanked it, and that's the lessons you learn as well. You got to take the wins with the losses. But Russell Wilson and company in town to face C.J. Stroud, who's been amazing for the most part this season. Houston and Denver, this line has been stagnant. -3 for the Texans. Over under is 47.5. The line stagnant in Pittsburgh as well, -6.5 and 41. If I did not mention that, there it is. It looks like we have stagnant line here in the Saints, two dome teams taking the field in New Orleans with the Lions and the Saints. The Lions laying 4.5. The over-under is 47 for Detroit and New Orleans. New Orleans, another team, very banged up receiving core. So the Lions need to rebound after their tough loss at home on Thanksgiving. We'll see if the 10 days off have given them a renewed emphasis on trying to maintain the standard of being one of the better teams of the NFC, and they'll have a chance to flex their muscles as they go into New Orleans this afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern kickoff for that. The Colts are a favorite on the road in Tennessee. They are laying 1.5 over under 42.5. So that line has held steady. Derrick Henry was great for us last week, getting his 2 touchdowns. I like Henry today. We'll get into all of that as well as we go through the slate, but I do like Derrick Henry against the Colts team, who is very bad in terms of being able to handle running backs. Will Levis at the quarterback, Gardner Minshew as well as the quarterback for the Colts. So big matchup here in the AFC South as these teams try to keep in somewhat of a playoff hunt here. The Colts, better than the Titans here. The Titans need to definitely make up some more ground, but the Colts will have a chance to keep their mojo going. One of the better, sneakier teams. I would say the Colts have exceeded expectations from what they could have been, to be honest, playing better than expected when we looked at everything at the preseason. So 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in Nashville with the Colts and the Titans. In the Meadowlands, the Falcons are at the Jets. This line at 33.5 with the total has been right there, the same. I think we're at 8-0. The last 34 point totals have gone under in the last 8 games that the over-under has been labeled at 34 or lower. They've all been low-scoring games, and we'll have a chance to see if this happens again. Falcons now laying -1.5. They were a 3-point favorite. So money coming in on the Jets this morning with this game in the Meadowlands at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tim Boyle, Desmond Ridder, your quarterbacks here in New York. The Miami Dolphins will take their act on the road, their high-flying act, their run-up-the-point total act, their fun-time act, -9.5 for the Dolphins at Washington. The Commanders today, there should be plenty of Dolphin fans who are going to be able to make this trip, as Washington is one of those stadiums that will allow the visiting team to take over, especially at this point in the season where they were selling out and optimistic earlier in the season. The last few weeks have not done them any favors. The Commanders are struggling. They are a passing team, and Miami can score as well. So is 49.5 too low in this game? We'll have to get into it with the crew. But the Dolphins -9.5, over under 49.5. Sam Howell and Tua Tagliavoa, the quarterbacks for the game in Washington. That is your 1 o'clock slate. We only have 3 games at 4 o'clock today, as we have 6 teams on buys, which are the Bills, Ravens, Bears, Raiders, Vikings, and the Giants. So a little bit of a shorter slate today. I think 2 teams have bye weeks next week, and then we will be done with buys for the season. And we're going to have Saturday football before we know it. We're going to have to come up with a good plan for the show. I want to keep it on Sunday mornings. I think last year went to Saturday mornings once we had the Saturday football. But I think we're just going to have to do 2 shows, to be honest, because I like the Sunday deal. We need to keep everything fresh for Sunday morning. So we are dedicated to wake up early here, East Coast time, on a Sunday and get all these football games broken down for everyone out there who's tuning in. So the 4 o'clock window with the 3 games. The first one is the Panthers and the Buccaneers. Can the Panthers get their second win? Frank Reich is out as head coach. He has been fired. Baker Mayfield, is he going to be a go? He's a tough guy. There's been talk of Kyle Trask possibly starting this game. But the Buccaneers, a 3.5-point favorite. Over-under is 36.5 in this game with Tampa and Carolina. Back to the weather. Let's rewind real quick. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We got to the 2 dome games, and then I lost track of the weather here. So let's just look at the Nashville weather. And then we're going to pull up the Meadowlands weather. Nashville, a beautiful day there, 61 degrees, cloudy skies. Wind not an issue there. In the Meadowlands with the Jets and the Falcons. East Rutherford, New Jersey. Good chance of rain today. 95% chance of rain. Wind's not an issue. Patchy fog, lighter rain. It's not going to be anything too super crazy, it looks like. But definitely a good shot of rain across the board here as we go. Tampa Bay, that's going to be a wild card of a spot. Tampa weather, Miami weather, all that's going to be usually different. Sunday, 82 degrees and cloudy. So a beautiful day for the game with Tampa Bay and Carolina and Washington, D.C. That's the one place we're missing that we haven't talked about. Yeah, light rain as we go through the morning. It's going to clear on out. Cloudy skies, no winds. Humid, though. 94% humidity here. As we worked out yesterday in the driveway, my buddy Danielle and I did a little partner workout. It was definitely muggy and sweaty for sure. It didn't take time to work up a sweat. And I did mention how humid it was. So the humidity is sticking around here on the East Coast. And, no rain. There could be a big day for points here with Miami and the Commanders. Of course, we'll get into all of that. Philadelphia, they had rain last week with the game with Buffalo, and that was a fun game. Great game to cash for us for sure. But the Philly weather today is, I think we're going to be looking at potential rain again. Rain this morning, kicks back up this afternoon, settles off again. Muggy day as the 49ers are in town. The 3-point favorite 49ers. So this has been the system play for us in the last. This is a one that we come up with ourselves here in the last 20 years. Is about a 20-year-old dealio, in which the first game was that kind of caught my eye to this was a Denver Chargers game where Denver was the road team. They had a worse record than the Chargers. The Chargers were high flying at the time too. So it was just weird that the fact that Denver with a worse record was a favorite on the road at San Diego at the time. That was your Tomlinson, Drew Brees days, if you can recall those. And Denver, came out with the winner. I was like, how are they a favorite on the road? They're a worse team record-wise. They're in division, yet they're the favorite. It just didn't make sense. So we started to track that stat. The next year was the same thing, same game. Denver was a favorite at San Diego and, again, covered with ease. So we've been keeping track of the favorite on the road with the worst record at a home team with a better record. And that's what we have with Philadelphia and San Francisco today. -3 and 47.5 is the total. The 49ers with 3 losses are the favorite at the 1-loss Eagles. So an auto play for us. I like it better in division. I call it the 5-star system play when it's a divisional game. But conference counts for something. We call that a 4-star system play. So the Niners -3 is going to be our pick. We can say that right off the bat. It's just an auto play. It doesn't matter who it is. You have to take it. When I say you have to take it, I'm meaning me. You don't have to take it necessarily out there. We have plenty of Eagle fans who listen and chime in. They probably don't understand why their team's an underdog at home, but we shall see how this plays out if the system play can hold true. The 49ers -3 and 47.5 in Philly today. Last 4 o'clock window game are the Browns and the Rams. The Rams -3.5, 40.5. In comes Joe Flacco, the quarterback now for the Browns. He's had a chance to catch himself up. And we've seen some quarterbacks, old men in the past, like a Vinny Testaverde, come out of nowhere for the Cardinals and have success. So the thing that it can happen is not the truth here. Flacco could come in, settle things, manage the game well for Cleveland. And we'll see how Matthew Stafford and company can do at home here in SoFi Stadium, which probably will have a ton of Brown fans in the crowd. And the Rams, with 2 wins here in the last couple of weeks, find themselves right in the mix of the NFC playoff hunt. And, really without the help of Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, it's been all Kyron Williams kind of keeping them going. We love some Kyron. We're probably going to have to hop on him later again today, as ever since the Rams cut Darrell Henderson, that has given a big charge to Williams, and he's been finding the end zone. We will discuss with the crew as we go through it today. All right, the Chiefs -6 in the night game at Green Bay. Over under is 42.5. Fun game with the Chiefs and the Packers. This could be a weather game as well. Let's take a look at that. Let's see what's happening in Green Bay right now. I do miss some Green Bay. We stayed there last year for the Patriots and the Packers game. Did the show on the road there and had an absolute blast at our Airbnb right outside the stadium as well. They are forecasting for this evening, no precipitation. It looks like everything's going to clear out by the afternoon. And they're just looking at light snow. Nothing crazy. Winds are not going to be crazy. Right around freezing. But that's going to be a fun game tonight. Good conditions. Not that it matters, I don't think, with Kansas City and Green Bay. I think these two teams could probably play in the snow. The fact that it's not snowing is probably going to help Green Bay more, to be honest. It's kind of odd that the weather, which would be their advantage in bad weather, which would be a Green Bay advantage normally, is not the case against a team like Kansas City, who, cut from the same cloth as far as region, weather goes, and the capability to be able to handle things in tough circumstances weather-wise. So fun game with the Packers and the Chiefs tonight. -6 for Kansas City, over under 42.5. And we have the Monday night game with Jacksonville -9.5, over under 39. Jacksonville was my survivor pick. We'll get into Survivor with Nephew Dave too. He'll go down the list. We'll see what we got for all you people out there. If you're still alive as Survivor, it's getting to be slim pickings. Jacksonville was my pick. I have now kind of altered to Pittsburgh because of the injury status to some of the Cardinal players and the fact that it's just a bad spot for Arizona. I still do like Jacksonville to win the game, but the fact that T. Higgins will be back in the lineup makes them a little bit more dynamic, and maybe Browning can actually have a decent game. It's not like Jacksonville is a complete juggernaut either. So I'll end up having to trust the Steelers as far as survivor pool goes today, and I will use them over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Line up to -9.5 now for Jacksonville, up from 8.5. Over under is settled at 39. All right, let's look at the standings. See where we're at right now. 8-3 for the Dolphins. Bills at 6-6, 2 games back. They still have 1 game to play, so even on the bye week, the Bills will probably lose ground if you figure Miami's going to win. But still in it as far as division hopes, I would say, for Buffalo. But they need to get going and get hot here pretty fast. Kind of just surprising to see the Bills at 6-6. I think defense mainly their woes of the season. The Ravens 9-3 at top of the AFC North. The Steelers can gain ground today no matter what if they just get a win. Same with the Browns. Both of those teams at 7-4. The Bengals struggling at 5-6. But the Ravens with a nice, comfortable 2-game lead right now over Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Jacksonville has that 2-game lead themselves over the Colts and the Texans. Both of those teams at 6-5. The Jags at 8-3. The Chiefs at 8-3. Broncos surging at 6-5. The Raiders at 5-7. And how about the Chargers? Just 4-7 overall for the Los Angeles Chargers. We are in December, and Justin Herbert has only won 4 games all season. That puts things into perspective. The Eagles 10-1 overall. Cowboys win on Thursday night in a fun game against Seattle. I think probably, was that the highest scoring game of the year? Not quite. I mean, we got to remember the Miami-Denver game had 90 points, was a 70-20 in that game, in that onslaught. But as far as combined opponents, they're pretty close in terms of points scored with Dallas. I think the Chargers and the Lions, I think, had 79 points, right? Yeah, a few weeks back. And these two guys right here had what they have the other night, if I do my math quick enough, 76 points. So a couple points less than those two, but a fun game with Dallas. They won. They can be just a game back of Philadelphia. And it's still a good shot to win that division. They still play the Eagles next week, a big game for them. So Dallas is still right there, a chance to still win that division. Some of these teams 2 games back, you can definitely find some action to see if they can go ahead and steal the division and get really, really good numbers on them. We'll have to take a look at those at some point in the show this morning as well. Let's see if we got any good division numbers that we like. That'll probably be one of the first things we discuss after Dave Del Grande's interview, which we will play him here in just a few minutes. Let's see. Vikings 6-6 behind Detroit, who is 8-3. Packers 5-6. It's the Saints, who are a banged up unit, can pull off the upset against Detroit. That'll give opportunity to Green Bay to be right there. Wow, you would not think that the Packers would have a chance to win this division, and they'll still play Detroit. Now, they played both times already. They've now split, so they won't play them again. But the Lions could somehow just go reeling, and the Packers could get a big win tonight and keep surging. They have a very winnable schedule in the stretch. You just never know. I mean, you just never know. That's why we call it December football. It breeds all new kinds of opportunity, and that could be the deal with Green Bay. We'll see how that happens this evening with KC. Tight race in the NFC South. The Falcons, Saints, and Buccaneers all separated by 1 game. The Falcons and Saints at the top at 5-6. Tampa 4-7. And we could have a 3-way tie for first place if the Buccaneers can beat the Panthers and Detroit and the Jets both win. Then we will have a tie, 3-way tie for first place in the NFC South. So who's going to win that division? It's up for grabs for any of them. Excuse me. And at 8-3, the 49ers in control of the NFC West. They do have the 1 win over Seattle already, who is at 6-6 on the season right now. The Rams, again, surging at 5-6. They can get to 500 if they win at home today. Cardinals at 2-10. Could be vying for the worst record at day's end if they lose in Pittsburgh, and Carolina can somehow muster up a win. Same with New England. If they lose to San Diego, they'll be stuck at 2-10 themselves. As far as the playoffs go right now, it would look like this. Baltimore would be your 1 seed. Kansas City would be your 2 seed. Jacksonville would be number 3. Dolphins would be number 4. And the wild card teams would be Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and the Colts. All right. Colts at 6-5 are the last spot in right now. And then also at 6-5, this would be by tiebreaker right now is how they have the Colts. But also at 6-5 are the Texans and the Broncos knocking right on the door. 6-6, the Bills. 5-6, Cincinnati still in it. Even the Raiders are 5-7, just 1 game back in the win column. And even the teams with 4 wins, if they can just get hot down the stretch, talking about the Chargers, Titans, or Jets, they could find themselves in a playoff spot as well. So it's wide open in the AFC, pretty wide open in the NFC as well. Top of the heap are the Eagles, 10-1. San Fran is 8-3. Detroit 8-3 would be your 3rd seed. The Falcons would be the 4th seed at 5-6. Virtue of division winning, you get the 4 seed, which will not be good as far as the Cowboys are concerned. The wild card team 9-3, where you are seated lower than a team who's 5-6. But that is the case. That's what happened last year. Dallas had to go play on the road in Tampa. That's who they would play. They would play the Falcons or the winner of the NFC South now. Potential Tampa-Dallas rematch without Brady. But the Cowboys 9-3 in firm control of the top wild card spot for them. Minnesota at 6-6, Seattle at 6-6 would be your last 2 wild card spots. And then 1 game, half a game back of all of those are Green Bay the Rams and the Saints, all three of those teams at 5-6. And the teams with 4 wins, who are a couple games out, are Tampa, the Giants, the Bears, and the Commanders. Wow, to even talk that the Bears and Commanders could make the playoffs, it's kind of ludicrous, to be honest. But hey, it's right there in the numbers. Any of these teams get hot, they can make a December run. They could find themselves there. It has happened plenty of times before, that's for sure. All right, so that's how we shape up in the NFC and the AFC with the playoffs. So we're right now at 7:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wow, we'll be getting back on the air with the guys probably a little bit later than usual. So the Ant-Man and Nephew Dave will pop in studio here at about 10 minutes until 10. We'll go through the full slate then. But as of now, right now, we will go ahead and cue up our man, Dave Del Grande. He is from Castro Valley, California. He is our boots on the ground there to discuss everything with the NFC West, the AFC West, and beyond. He's with Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and the founder of MrFantasy.com. And of course, we need to get an updated weather scenario of San Francisco with Dave, as we, like two old men, like to discuss weather.
The weather has been threatening for several days, and there was rain in the forecast, and might have rained a little bit here and there, but I don't know. It's what I guess there's in California. You don't get the best weather people because the weather is always the same. And what kind of weather talent do you really need to say, hey, it's going to be sunny and 70 degrees again today? And so when you see a couple of clouds on the on your scope, like this must be one of those storms they talk about back east.
This is it.
Yeah, and you get big headlines, big on top of the news tonight, there's a cloud headed towards San Francisco, and it might rain this weekend. So test out your windshield wipers. And then, of course, it rarely rains. So this is one of those periods where the cloud cover has reached us, but the ground is dry. So suffice it to say that if this Big Eagles 49ers game were here this weekend, weather would not be a factor.
66 degrees here. We had a low of 26, I think, the other night. So that's our range right now here in Virginia in December. Let me start with this. Personally, and for everyone just out west in general, like the general feel of things. But the Pac-12, this is it for football. They'll play out the rest of the sports. I'm trying to remember who you'll be able to answer this in a second. Who are the two teams that made it the Pac-12 from the Pac-10? I was thinking it was the Arizona teams for some reason when they went from 10 to 12 teams. I think that was late 80s, early 90s. But I used to listen to ACC football in my garage as an elementary school kid. So I kind of am a little nostalgic as far as the conferences go. But the Pac-12 disappearing, I mean, I have to ask you that. You're right there in San Francisco, the Bay Area, Castro Valley, California. So what's your feel of the Pac-12 going away? And generally, are people going to miss it? Not really. It's just going to happen, and it's another day. Go ahead and let us hear.
Well, first off, with Arizona, Utah and Colorado were the last two teams to join.
Right. So they made it to 12. Okay.
Right. Yeah. But college sports in the Bay Area is not a big thing. It's a very front runner kind of thing. I mean, there's a lot of Cal alums, obviously, in this area. They tend to pump up their chest when, Cal starts the season 3-0 against Davis, Montana State, and Eastern Washington. And then you don't hear from them again as they finish, 5-7. So there's been very little talk about getting your plane tickets because Cal's going to a bowl game, maybe to Shreveport. Oh boy, wouldn't that be fun? There just isn't much excitement about what in many sports, especially Stanford. Although Cal wins national titles too in sports like swimming and rugby.
Right.
But,
yeah.
there just is surprisingly low interest, but I think the potential's there for there to be much greater interest, but it takes a real special occasion. And, the best thing about going to the ACC, I mean, what's made the biggest headline out here is that, Cal might play Notre Dame. We might get Stanford plays Notre Dame all the time, but Cal's hasn't played Notre Dame in like forever. Mm-hmm. When's Notre Dame coming out here? Big excitement. When's Duke basketball team coming out here? We don't, we never get to see, teams like that. And so in terms of the general conference thing, I don't think it's just me, but I'll just limit this to myself. I'm just kind of numb to the, all the things all the changes that have been happening.
Right. It's inevitable.
Hey, Oakland had the world championship basketball team until they moved to San Francisco. Hey, they had one of the greatest traditions in the NFL. Until the Raiders moved to LA and then to Vegas. At least we still got baseball, and we don't have that anymore. So there's been a lot of moving parts around here. The fact that Cal is going to, play in a different conference, it's not like Cal is moving. You're still going to have the opportunity to see just as many home games. You're still going to have a better opportunity to watch them on TV because the games will be earlier. And so I don't think it's a big thing. Plus the fact that, I was against Cal and Stanford moving to the ACC. And the big reason was, give it a year. I mean, look how much has changed from last year to this year. Who's to say next year at this point it won't change just as much?
Right.
If Cal, even when it was just Cal and Stanford and Oregon State and Washington State, all you got to do is convince somebody to move out here, and they bring a friend. And then you add two more teams. And next thing you're back to 8 teams. And you don't have USC or UCLA anymore. But heck, Stanford's relationship with Notre Dame is such. I wouldn't be shocked if Stanford could talk Notre Dame into joining the conference. And that's all it would take for the Pac-10 or 12 or 8 or whatever it was going to be to retain itself. And but they wanted the guarantee. They needed the money for their sports programs. They had to go find the money that the ACC was offering. But the Pac whatever. I don't think it's dead. I think Washington State and Oregon State, will try to keep it alive, and I think they will be successful in keeping it alive because there will be a lot of teams out there, a lot of schools in the West. That will be interested in becoming a Pac-12 team. They have been interested for ages of becoming a Pac-12 team. They just couldn't get in. Now here's the door open. It's like, okay, do you want to stay in the Mountain West, or do you want to join what's called the Pac-8, which is where you wanted to be all along. It'll be generally the same teams, except it'll have Washington State and Oregon State. So I think that they'll be successful in that. I think they'll be able to talk teams like San Diego State and Boise State and even a lot of the Mountain West schools.
Right. Yeah.
So I think is the Pac dead? I would say it is not.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, that's good to know. Let me ask you this. We have 2 subjects, just your average male. It's a Home Depot. It's Wednesday afternoon. They're in a Home Depot wood aisle. Subject A says to subject B, Hey, have you been keeping up with this in-season NBA tournament? How about that final eight that they just came out with? What's the over-under on how many times that has been said in the world here in the last week?
Well, I will say this. I was not a big fan of this tournament, but pretty much everything has gone right. So I do think, surprisingly, that there has been a lot of that because of a lot of the big name teams have gotten in. You had the final night excitement, of point differential and we have to win and scoreboard watching. It was kind of fun for a November NBA game. The problem with this whole thing is, was best exemplified in the Warriors-Kings game, the last game on the board Tuesday night, which was one where the Kings were in first place in the group and the Warriors were in second. And the Warriors, in order to win a tiebreaker, had to win. We're playing the Kings in Sacramento, had to win the game by 12 points. And it in essence, made it a gambler's, dream. It was now all of a sudden the final score of the game didn't matter. It was the margin. And so the entire game, the broadcasters for TNT, they must have mentioned, whether they mentioned it out loud or in a graphic or sometimes both, that remember, doesn't really matter if Sacramento wins this game. They just have to lose by less than 11, and the Warriors were way ahead early on. And it became like, this isn't real basketball.
Right.
It's like they don't even know what they're playing for. And I thought, what's going to be really interesting here is if the Warriors are up by 8, with 30 seconds to go, well, what are they going to do? Are they, because this is, in the real basketball world, this is the Warriors and Kings. This is a rivalry. The Warriors would like to beat the Kings again. They just played in the playoffs last year. They've beaten them twice already this year. It's the crowd's really into it. The Warriors are like nothing better than to walk away from that with another win. They've kind of struggled this year, but it's like, oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to try to win this game by 12. So Curry, go ahead and jack one up, from 30 feet. And when you miss it and Sacramento gets it, now they come back and now they're down by 5. What are we supposed to do? And it just, and again, part of this was and I don't know that it's really their fault, but part of this was the broadcasters. Can't tell you how many times in that game they reminded us that doesn't really matter who wins this game. This is a basketball game. Sure, it matters. And then it came down to the end, of course, and then it was a very exciting finish. It was, arguably the best Warriors game of the year, the best Kings game of the year. And in the end, it was kind of, you could have turned it off with 30 seconds to go because the Kings had accomplished what they needed to accomplish. Again, it was almost like, Sacramento's got the ball and they're down by 5. There's 30 seconds to go. They really should pull it out and not shoot, because they don't need to win this game. They only need to be within 11. So why would you risk it? And it's kind of, the Boston game against Chicago that same night where the fourth quarter of that game where Boston needed a blowout. They were fouling Andre Drummond.
I was watching that. It was hysterical, kind of.
Oh my!
Well, hysterical in a bad way.
Well, that's it. It made a mockery of the game. And you know what? In the end, was it worth it? I guess the answer to that is yes. You've got 4 really good matchups coming up. And these people seem to be interested in advancing and moving on and what have you. So they have in fact created something exciting. for their product in the month of November, when you're going up against, big college football games and, the NFL season's getting real serious. They've been successful in doing that. It's just that the foreseeable negatives have reared their ugly head here to the point where they got to do something about this. They got to do something about the point differential. This is just not a good look. This whole Warriors-Kings game, like I said, which was, arguably one of the top games in the entire NBA season. The Kings rally from 24 down. Malik Monk gets a bank shot to go in, 5 seconds to go. Curry's coming up the court with a chance to win it. It's like, wow, this is what the NBA TNT dreams of. If you're still awake at whatever time it is, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, this is why you're awake, because here's Curry with the ball in his hand, dribbling up the court, chance to hit a game-winning three. He makes it, and it'll be like the shot of the season. In this case, he didn't make it, but it was a really good finish to a game that, according to what I had heard for 47 and a half minutes earlier, the finish didn't really matter. And that ruined, to me, a really good game. So, I still have mixed feelings about it, but to answer your question, I think the in-season tournament is on the map, is on the sports map. I think a lot of people will be tuning in, to these games next week. And, they've got what they want. They got Boston and Milwaukee and the Knicks and the Lakers, they've got, the Suns. They've got
the
some
marquee
high-powered
teams.
Yeah, they've got some high-powered teams in there. So it's worked out great. One other thing, that was a problem was the fact that not everybody was playing on the last night, and that made it unfair.
Right,
I mean,
right.
Is it a coincidence that they put Boston and Milwaukee and Golden State on the last night, to give them, so that they would know what they needed to do in order to get in, because those are the teams that they really want in. The NBA, give them the advantage of being able to do what Boston, Boston wouldn't have done that had that game been 4 nights earlier. And they didn't know how many points they needed to win by, which was exactly what, the teams they're competing against in their pool, the predicament they were in. So they didn't, there was really no incentive for them to go out and try to win a game by, embarrass somebody and try to win a game by 40 points. But Boston, had that advantage in the schedule, and that's not fair either. So again, if you're trying to, it's a nice thing that they created, but it needs some tweaking, and I'm not sure what the answers there are, and that's a problem. Not that I don't know, but I don't think anybody knows. Just because the way it was set up. Well, when you got 5 teams in each group, obviously not everybody can play on the last night, and so.
Yeah, that's what they do in soccer, and you got to figure they'll learn their lesson, right, and probably do that next year.
Well, they'll try, but like I said, I mean, they'd have to redo the group thing, because you only play games within your group,
right?
And if there's 5 teams in your group,
then they may need them. Yeah, right.
Yeah, 4 of them can play on the last night.
Then
but
the
5th one can't play.
They'll have to
and so
rearrange a little bit.
This is exactly what they do. Like when you watch the World Cup and
Right.
it comes down to that third game, the final game of the round robin or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The U.S. is playing the Netherlands, and at the exact same time, China's playing Korea. So that there's no advantage. I mean, sure, you can watch the scoreboard, but their game is going on at the same time as yours. And so there's no advantage that knowing what you need to do. And that was a huge advantage in this thing. It even affected the Warriors. I mean, I think the Warriors, you could hear, they had guys mic'd up. If you could hear them talking, they knew that they had to win the game by 12 points. And it affected the way they played. I mean, Curry, they were up by 8, about a minute and a half to go. and Curry fires up this 3-pointer, I don't think it's a shot he would have taken.
Right.
If the game, if they didn't have to win by 12, but it was a shot that was a good shot for, man, this puts him up by 11 if he hits this one, and he missed it, and then it went all downhill after that. So, I mean, there are things that I think they will try to fix, but like I said, I don't know that there are solutions short of, of restructuring it somehow. And they got a lot of time to worry about that.
It's been a while since we've talked Ohtani. So let's kind of revisit that conversation a little bit, mainly because back east here we have, I'm not a Braves fan, but you don't have to go very far in the streets of Virginia from the minor league baseball down here, in particularly. We had a lot of Braves in the Superstation TBS as well from back in the day. So a lot of Braves fans walking the streets here in this neck of the woods. Here's some Ohtani rumors about Atlanta now. What's your feel on where Ohtani may end up at this point? Do you see a clear favorite, or do you think it's, the usual cast of characters we've been talking about, Giants, Dodgers, maybe Braves, now all kind of equal? Throw the New York teams in there.
I don't know that anything has changed really. I mean, obviously every team is going to be interested in some way, shape, or form. I just know that, and again, and this is just my regional bias here, I just know that the Giants are going to make him the biggest offer. Now, they, made Judge the biggest offer, and it didn't matter. I mean, the Judge just took it and went back to the Yankees. Okay, Giants are offering me this 8th season or whatever. Now you guys got to give me this 8th season, which they did, and that was that. So if you really don't want to play here, then, you can talk somebody into, coming close at least to matching the offer. But I do think that it's a reason why the Giants have to be considered, to me, one of the top 3 teams that could possibly get him, just because Ohtani's going to have to say no to the biggest salary that's available to him. And, some people can do that. Some people can't. It's a great market here for, foreign players. Bob Melvin is now the manager. He's familiar with managing forward, foreign players. He just had, his shortstop, and with the Padre or second baseman, whatever position he played, was one of his top players. They got along really well. I think he's a positive toward possibly recruiting Ohtani to play here. I also think that the Giants have so much money to spend that they can offer to bring in the pitcher as well. And I don't know if they're friendly at all. I don't know if that would help recruit one guy or the other, but if you can somehow package them together, which is going to cost you a ton of money, which I'm not sure any other team in baseball at this point would be willing to do, basically do what the Rangers did a couple years ago when they signed both Seager and Semien at the same time. Is basically say, hey, look, we've created some space here. And we need superstar players, so let's go all in and let's give maximum offers to both of these guys. They got to know whether that's going to be a positive or a negative in terms of the recruiting. Would Ohtani be more likely to sign here if the other Japanese star also signed here? I mean, obviously, it would create a better situation to walk into, because you would think that the Giants would become a better team. So I am not going to be surprised, even though the most recent headlines has him going, 2 or 3 other different places. I'm not going to be surprised if he doesn't, end up here.
All right, let's get to our slate of games for the weekend. Dave, if we were taking a hike through the woods, we could probably leave a trail of winning tickets to find our way out if we got lost here. So let's see if we can keep it going here in week 13. The teams with the buys are.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what do you got?
Am I allowed to ask?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think about the controversy over the ESPN bet ties issue?
Oh, you know what? I'm probably unfamiliar to this. What is this in the last few hours? 24 hours? What am I missing?
No, I'd say I guess for games last weekend, I guess there was a guy who had I don't know if either a 5 or a 6.
Break it down to me. I'll give you. Okay, he had a big parlay. What happened?
Yeah, he had like let's say a 6-team parlay.
Okay.
And 5 of the 6 teams won.
Right.
And his 6th team was the Eagles laying 3 against the Bills that landed on the number.
That's a push, right? Yep. Okay.
Okay. So 5 wins and a tie.
Right.
They canceled his ticket.
They said it lost, or they just canceled it.
I don't think he lost. I think he got his money back, but he didn't. I mean, any other. I mean, my understanding
because of the put. Did they use the reasoning for the push?
Because of that if you in order to win a parlay, you must win every leg of it. Opposed to I mean, it just seems to me that tradition. Well, I mean, basically, almost everybody has come out and said this is the first time I've ever heard of this. This being the case. I've made 1 million parlays in my life. 3-teamers where 2 of them win and 1 tie. Well, it becomes a 2-teamer, and you win based on the 2-teamer. And this was the only time where the guy obviously lost a lot of money. Because he would have won a 5-teamer if you eliminated the tie. Instead, he just got his money back. So,
ESPN, okay, I definitely have a response to that.
ESPN has come under a lot of heat for it. I'm curious your stance.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrendous. Now, I will say this. Now, this goes back many years because we were probably betting in the halls of high school. Betting the Monday night football game on a Monday. Probably just something stupid, $10. And I remember we were winning. No, I remember in order to win our $10 back. And this is just to win the $10. We had to have it was a 49ers Rams game, and we had to have the 49ers beat the Rams by the spread, and they had to, I think, go under the 42.5. Like that was the stipulation to get your money back, which is obviously a ripoff by the book, as a ripping off the high school kid at that moment. And we didn't, of course, we don't know any better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you learn that kind of lesson first. But in college, the college bookie, with his parlays, you had to hit every leg on the win, or you did not, or you lost your ticket. But he told you that kind of beforehand. And again, before we knew any better, back then in college, being the dumb idiots that we were, throwing our money around, just didn't know until I actually got into the the real life. I guess the next transition would have been the early thousands, illegal Costa Rica. I think I was betting in the Cayman Islands is what it was. And it was betonsports.com. I remember the website. You'd have to send them a Western Union. And the way that I thought about it, it's like, you know what? I'm just kind of paying $10 to walk through the door to be able to throw down my little $25 parlay or whatever. And I would basically do what I kind of do now, maybe a little bit more of an extreme. Like I would do 3-game parlays, like I think 5-game parlays and 6-game parlays. And I would try to find the underdog. And I was just amazed. I remember being amazed on how the odds just were jacked up on some of these underdogs that could win outright. So I kind of took my lessons, and we were the bookie at one point too, for many years with our other little clan. So you learn a lot of the tricks of the trade that way on how you kind of got juked in the past and all of that. So I remember having one of these 4 or 5-game parlays and getting a push and actually winning money and being shocked that it was in my account, because what I knew is that I had to win every leg because that's what the bookie in college told me. Now, so I've been under that assumption now for like 20. I mean, this is what, 20 years ago. So I've known, any kind of a push just reduces the parlay from a 5 to a 4. That's the absolute way it should be. ESPN's the new kid on the block doing this. I'm not sure what their, casino, I don't know who their Bugsy Siegel is behind the scenes or whatever, kind of pushing for them to be the house on this kind of thing. But I would say that's absolutely atrocious. I will say this though, Dave, that little bet on sports.com. I'll give you a great moment in gambling history. How about this? I had, I think probably like 3 underdogs, probably a couple of totals. And I had a 5 and a 6 game parlay, and they were money line dogs in there, and everything was clear sailing. Everything was doing great except for one play. It was the highest over-under I've ever seen in an NFL game. It was the Kurt Warner greatest show on turf against the Peyton Manning Colts. And the over-under was 59.5 points. It was 28 to 21 at halftime. So 49 points. I'm like, okay, well, it's not, the one thing that's the great about an under bet is that you start the bet as a winner. You actually have to have things happen to lose the bet to go over the points. So the under bet has always been an attractive one for me. And, at 59.5 in an NFL game, I mean, you have to throw that in there when you're finding 5 or 6 things back then to try to turn. I think my total investment was about $25 and with the $15 Western Union, so $40 or whatever. And I think the grand payout was about $8,000. I think we got about $2,000 on the 5 game parlay and maybe about $6,000 on the 6 game parlay. Well, anyways, we're going through the second half and it kind of slows up and these teams aren't scoring. I'm like, okay, we have a chance. Lo and behold, they get to, they just have 10 points scored. And there's about 5 to 6 minutes left in the game. The Colts have to go to the length of the field, to score. And if they kick a field goal, they're going to beat you as well because they need the 2 scores to tie the game or whatever. So they go all the way down the field. There's about 2.5 minutes left, 2:45 maybe. And the Colts are down at about, they're in the red zone. I would say somewhere around the 18 or 19 yard line, maybe even a little closer to 15. Peyton Manning tries to hit one of the receivers on the kind of corner, kind of a fade, 3-step drop back, kind of look to the back corner and throw the ball up, and you try to beat the opponent there. And my man from Chesapeake, Virginia, which is right next to Virginia Beach, Dre Bly, I'm sure you remember that name. Dre Bly intercepts Peyton Manning. The number is on 59. And I was like, I can't believe that literally just happened. Sure enough, no more points scored. And great moments in gambling history. Needless to say, that paid for several seasons. And that's what I like. If you're throwing down $25, you can somehow turn it into $8,000. You can lose a lot of $25 in the meantime before you
that's right.
kind of feel that pinch. But yeah, to answer that question, and I figured I'd go to that story just because I was talking about the betonsports.com. But I would say that's a horrendous job by ESPN. Yeah, that is bad. If that's what they're going to do, they need to actually get out of that business.
Well, from what I read, and I don't think ESPN made any comment on this, but somebody else mentioned that ESPN took its gambling platform from Barstool.
Right.
And it was Barstool's rule.
Which I'm not a fan of. Oh, that's a Barstool rule. Wow. I did not even know that. And that's
took over their, platform. They took over their rules as well. So it is a written rule. There's no doubt it was written, so it's not like how they made this up. No, it's actually in their bylaws or whatever. It's just that everybody, says, and of course, nobody paid any attention to it until, who reads the stupid bylaws, right? And nobody paid any attention to it until it just happened. I will say this it's such a competitive industry. You see this all the time. more so in years past maybe than now. But how many times have you seen headlines about FanDuel, repays people for, like almost like bad beats.
Right.
Something that happened where, technically by the rules you lost this bet, but we want to keep you as a customer, so we're going to repay you the money because this was unfair to you. And it I'd be shocked if ESPN doesn't come out and say we're going to change this rule. And we didn't even realize we had it, and whatever. It's only fair. We're going to give this guy his money, because like I said, it's a competitive industry, and you've got to get positive PR out of it. Because the only PR I've seen out of this thing is, oh man, I'm never betting with ESPN, and that's that's a good way to get your doors closed.
Yeah. All right. So I'll say this too. Through my experiences, I mean, I just think I know more than the average Joe in terms of just how all this stuff kind of goes on both ends. I mean, that like literally, my mom had me in the bingo hall when I was 6 years old with the little slide carters in 1979, winning money going to buy the Millennium Falcon after I won $75 on the bingo game. All right, so I've been doing this kind of numbers things forever, kind of just grown up with it from both sides. Yeah, ESPN, I would say that's not sustainable. No, there's no entity out there who's paying me to talk about them. But I'll say this: if you really want the best odds and the bonuses, you wake up one morning and bam, there's a couple $100 in your account. The best odds, without a doubt, from what I've seen, is FanDuel. Even better in DraftKings. Barstool is. The most unfortunate thing about Barstool is we were Barstool in college doing this sort of thing well before Barstool was doing their kind of thing. We just couldn't keep up with technology, funding our own gig as we were walking around stadiums with cameras and microphones in our hands in the early 2000s, having fans do cake stands and stuff like that. All which is still videos online if you really look for them somewhere, to be honest. But FanDuel is the best one. They give you the best numbers. I get a VIP lady. I don't think I deserve to be a VIP. I don't think I'm crazy. It's not like I'm out there betting $200 a game. $100 a game is hardly ever I'll make a bet that size. I mean, I really like to have like something to put a 3-figure bet on it. For me, it's all small change stuff. Let's just try to hit these little lottery ticket kind of things. And like I said, you can, you win a 5,000 or a 13 of last week. Hit a $2 touchdown score, hit $1,300. I mean, you can lose a lot of 2 touchdown scores by the time that 1,300 comes back to bite you. I know everyone has their best ways to do things or whatever, but yeah, I would say that's a horrendous job by ESPN and Barstool. I don't know what's so great about Barstool anyway. I've never gotten it from the get-go.
Yeah,
they get no attention from me.
Okay, so now that we're really off the rails here, I'll tell you my personal history in this, and that is when in the days when, and this isn't that long ago, right? That these companies were being created when FanDuel and DraftKings and the competition was being created. There was a group of local guys here who created. They wanted in. They got I want to say $1 million bonus or whatever you would call it from a sponsor who and they with the intent that they were going to challenge these guys, challenge DraftKings and FanDuel and what have you. And so they hired me to come in and do a once a week, like a round table thing with this guy, Jeff Collins, who's still in the industry, very, very sharp guy. And then there was a woman whose name I don't know, but she was kind of the host of the show. And so she would come on, and at the time, gambling was illegal at this point, everywhere except for, Nevada. So they didn't come in as gambling sites. They came in as daily fantasy sites.
Right.
And so, so we would do these shows once a week about, and it was during the a football season, and this was all testing. So, and they were doing their product behind the scenes, all the technical aspects of it, making sure, and then they had what's it called, where you get people from the outside to test your product.
Right.
And so, I mean,
secret shoppers kind of deal,
Yeah, you can't think of what the exact title is, but they were gearing up for the start of whatever football season was coming up, and basically for a year, we did these test podcasts, I guess you would call it, and then they put out their product and they tested it and they got feedback, and then it was literally August of whatever year it was, and I mean basically there were 5 products on the market. I should be able to cite them all for you because FanDuel and DraftKings were 2 of them, but our product was called Fan Mouth.
Okay.
But it was one of the 5. It was one of the 5 that were going to be available at the start of the NFL season, 1 month away. And I guess the $1 million advance or whatever dried out.
Oh wow!
And,
interesting.
And the guy, it was like
it goes quick.
We're 1 month away. Now, granted, I wasn't one of their technical guys, but it just in playing, fooling around with the game online, and you're looking for things. Well, where are the potential problems? Let's try to do this. Try to make a parlay from the winning team to the losing team. Or the visiting team to the home team in the same game. Will it let you do that? Will it let do all kinds of crazy things and see where the glitches are in the system so that we can fix them before we actually go live in September. So we did a lot of that, and of course there were a lot of people who knew a lot more about the intricacies of the of the system, and so they got a lot of really good feedback, and they're always making these changes. But we were a month away, and the product was not ready. I mean, you can't afford to go into an endeavor like this and have a loophole in your system. The one where, well, you know what, on FanMouth, if you click this button, you automatically win.
The sneaky kids figure it out. Yeah, they'll test you.
Right? And so, but yet we were on the doorstep. Right. And we're still 1 month away. And the backer said, you know what, you're not ready. And so I'm pulling the plug. And so he pulled the plug on it. FanMouth died. And then, the rest is history. And I just thought, again, it's not my money, but we're 1 month away.
Right.
Give us 1 more month to try to figure this out. At the start of once the NFL season starts, if we got a product, we're going to start printing money.
Oh
overnight.
yeah, you make a fortune.
Like these other companies did. Now some of them, some of them lasted a year and then they were gone. And of course, FanDuel and DraftKings, started dominating the competition.
Yeah,
but
they bought up the competition in some cases.
Yeah,
as
right.
Well, right.
And I think that possibly, I wasn't one of the decision makers here. I was just a flunky that they brought in once a week. But so I don't know what the goal here was. That maybe they thought, well, gee, if we can just get going and get ourselves some clients, some customers, then FanDuel will come in and pay $10 million, to buy us out.
Right.
And we all make a couple million.
The hopes of this show.
Right.
Go ahead.
And so, but it it was like, oh man, just what, you've paid $1 million, throw in another 100,000, give us one more month. We're this close to launching. And then if we launch and in 2 weeks, it's just not working or we have to close down, you know what? Yeah, again, it's not my money, but it just cost you an extra 100,000. But if it works and we get in the door on this thing, I mean, you can now, look ahead to, I don't know how many years later this is, 10 years or whatever, 10 years. Think of what 10 years later, this is $1 billion industry.
Right.
But anyway, that's probably still find if you search for fan mouth, you'll probably find some kind of mention
somewhere in a parallel.
You might even find one of my old podcast things.
I'm gonna have to dig for that. Somewhere in a parallel universe, Dave, you are floating on a raft in Mexico wearing your fan mouth big sun hat. All right.
Well, fan mouth did have gear, so I do have, I do have some fan mouth, pens, promotional things, T-shirts that I was wearing around town.
You know what? We just did. I did one sweatshirt and 4 T-shirts. I'll have to send you one. I'll have to get your size off air, and I might actually have an extra one for you here now, and send it on out to you. The nice T-shirts, a little rough, maybe too cottony. Need to wash them first. I need to do a more reliable designer, I think, or product. I like to design better product. Okay, let's get to our games here. How about that? Unless you want to talk any other illegal gambling stories.
No,
I feel like I could talk that forever, to be honest.
I forgot what we're really here to do.
More gambling is what we're here for. Okay. Teams on the bye. Bills, Ravens, Bears, Raiders, Vikings, Giants. Mainly, you know what? I kind of feel like we're getting spared a lot by having those teams on byes, to be honest. So we have some intriguing matchups. And we do have a few of our regular AFC West and NFC West cast of characters in the 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time window as they'll be on the road. So that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4 other 1 o'clock games that I can try to guess which one would be the funnest of those 4. Now, it's probably Miami and Washington, mainly for Miami in your eyes. You can tell me that in a minute. But I'll make a case for the 2 dome teams and Detroit, who needs to play better, which probably means more points if they do. And I think the Saints can actually get some points at home as well. So I'll say that a fun game. It's not like they're going to blow the doors off the roof here, maybe getting into the 60s or 70s like Buffalo and Philly were able to do, mainly in the second half, too, is what they did in the rain. But I will say, or the Cowboys Seahawks, which that would have been a fun one to dissect. I would have liked to gotten your opinion pre-flop about that. But the Lions and the Saints here, I think they can put some points up. Do you agree on that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So right away we're arm wrestling.
Okay.
Problem here is the Saints. The Saints have all kinds of injuries on offense.
Yes, injuries are a big factor this week. Yes,
they lost Thomas, obviously,
right.
for the season.
Right.
They've got other, even Olave, has a concussion. I think they expect him back, but it's possible he won't play.
Right.
Shaheed is banged up. I mean, they've got a ton of. I mean, they have no passing game. I mean, they don't have a great quarterback to start with, and so that's a recipe for disaster against Detroit. I mean, I don't see how they're going to put up points at all against Detroit. You mentioned Detroit should be hungry for this game. I agree. This is not the kind of team where you think, well, we're limited passing, so we're going to go in and we're just going to run the ball a lot and see what we. No, Detroit, you can't do that against Detroit. And Detroit is also not one of these teams where we're going to try to outscore you. So no matter whether you're scoring 3 or you're scoring 30, we're going to put up 31. I think Detroit, is coached by a very conservative guy. I think Detroit will be very happy to win this game 21-9, and be in control the entire game. Kind of, have the Jets experience, where you're playing the Jets, you don't have to pass the ball.
Right.
You just run it on every play. They've got Montgomery healthy. They got Gibbs healthy. They got Goff throwing his, short passes to the tight end, the St. Brown. I think Detroit should win this game rather handily. And I think that it should be very low scoring.
Okay. I do like your opinion on the Lions when you say it like that. And then I must admit, I'm a little poor on my Saints prep. Maybe I give those guys way too much stock from the get-go. I know I do. I should know better. Any props then? Is it a Gibbs week, Montgomery week, equal load? Any guess there? I mean, they've had time off, so you figure everyone's fresh. Montgomery probably the man?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be, that's the logical way to go because, like I said, they really shouldn't have to throw the ball that much, to win this game, to put up they scored 24 points in this game. They're going to win. And so what's the rush to, get the ball down the field? They're not big on that anyway. I think that, Laporta would be an interesting play. The Saints, I want to say, have given up more fantasy points to tight ends than any other team. I know they've been up on near the top of the rankings all year. And here's a guy who, if you're going to play conservatively and you throw the ball once in a while, well, you throw it to your tight end. They've got a good one. I think that he would be a nice prop play at probably a nice price to get a touchdown. But other than that, yeah, I mean, we hit with Montgomery in our big winning parlay, scoring the one touchdown. To me, he's the most logical guy to score a touchdown in this game. But like I said, when there's a game where you can project 6 touchdowns, to pick a guy to score one, it just feels more comfortable.
Right.
In a game like this, where there might only be 3 touchdowns, maybe 4 tops, it just makes it that much more. Your odds are less. You're going to hit on them.
Peoples-Jones gets a touchdown.
I'd rather take a shot out of price with someone like Laporta than to go with Montgomery at even money.
I just said his name. We haven't seen Donovan Peoples-Jones involved at all. He's 10-1 anytime touchdown. I mean, obviously not the best time to take him. Maybe in a game where there's going to be a lot of points. I mean, they traded for him. Do you see this guy ever getting into the act?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think the reason they traded for him was they were, as my boy here, right? We got to talk about him every week.
Yeah, Jameson Williams plus 350.
Jameson Williams to develop into their deep threat, and he's come along very slowly. But yet it just seems every week they throw him one more ball every week than the previous week. But for a while there, I think they got tired of waiting for him, and we need a deep threat here. And they found this guy on waivers. They brought him in or whatever. He just hasn't done anything yet. And at the same time, Williams has gotten more playing time, so it's probably not the role they envisioned him to have, when they brought him in. So I just think that there'll be less opportunity for him probably moving forward than there's been so far. And he's done nothing so far. So I can't predict any good things for him.
Okay, Jameson Williams plus 350. I think you'll like this number. Over under for the Saints is 21.5. So under that.
Wow. What's the total on the game? Like
it's pretty high, 47.
Oh, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, Detroit. They had some defensive problems against Green Bay. I mean, that certainly was not pretty. But all of that was passing. I mean, Green Bay, hardly ran the ball that entire game. spread the field with their 3 wideouts, which maybe the Saints could do if, Shaheed and Thomas and Olave were all running on, all cylinders, but they're not. Heck, none of them are. And so I don't see that. I got to look at, I mean, there's no way. I don't see New Orleans scoring.
The Lions in the under for
something else that we've talked about in recent weeks is that, well, they're going to be so far behind that they'll get a cheap touchdown or 2 at the end. I don't think they're going to be so far behind. I mean, there's no reason for Detroit to run up a score. They're not big on running up the score. They're not a big high-scoring team.
Right.
So I don't think that, maybe they're losing, 20-6 or something in the fourth quarter. But if that's the case, it's not like Detroit's going to, go into a prevent defense and, give up a score that's going to get the other team back in the game. So, my one play in this game would be Laporta. Do you have a number for him?
Yes.
Touchdown scoring.
Laporta is anytime touchdown for Laporta is plus 190.
Plus 190?
Yep.
Wow, that's low. Well, that's well, I guess that tells you something. Maybe that's maybe everybody else sees the same thing I do, that the Saints give up touchdowns to tight ends. It's one of those things where the odds are so low that it makes it a better bet because everybody is on the same wavelength as you. So, all right, I'll get a plus 190. Well, one of my top plays this week. But the only thing I'm playing in this game, other than the Saints total under, is Laporta to score a TD.
So, is that on your long shot list? Then,
well, it's not. Plus 190 is hardly a long shot.
Right. I know.
Let's put that on the. We'll consider that.
Consider it to be non-greedy if we can't find anything.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let's move on from that. Yeah, you know what? I've had enough Saints in my life, so I should just stay away from this game altogether. Let's see here. Okay, am I right? I don't know. 49.5, maybe too many for Washington to contribute with Miami's Dolphins, with the Miami Dolphins defense playing better. And but we've seen Hal be able to throw the ball down the field. I don't know. I think Miami can probably score a lot in this game if they want to. They might not have to, I guess. It is going to be rainy or with rain tapering off midway through the game as they are projecting right now. I don't know. Does Miami get off here on the Commanders? Can the Commanders force Miami to score more than what they have been here recently?
Well, this is your team. I've been disappointed in Washington.
Yeah, me too.
The Dallas game.
Stock is down.
That was embarrassing. But, I'll throw that out. Dallas has been able to do that against some of the bad teams. And I think Washington should be able to put up points in this game. This should really be a shootout. Now, as opposed to Miami, who I think will try to mix it up. They're getting Achane back this week. They have Mostert is healthy. They have Wilson who's run the ball some. They have a lot of running options that they don't have to throw the ball that much if they don't have to. And so if they get a lead, I think that they will be able to, mix it up some. Washington doesn't have that option. I mean, they're going to be behind, and they're 90% a passing team. And they've got all their wideouts are healthy. I think they have the potential. I mean, the more points Miami scores, the more points Washington's going to score. It's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about in the Detroit-New Orleans game. This game really has. I mean, Miami really has the potential in this game to put up 2 touchdowns every quarter. And that being the case, Washington's going to get their 1 every quarter. And they may never be in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if they got blown out. But if in getting blown out, I see a 41-24 type of blowout rather than what we saw in the Dallas game last week, 40-7 or whatever the score was. So I think there's a ton of green lights in this game, pretty much anything to do with Washington's passing game. And Miami, I think that there's such a variety. I mean, Hill will get his numbers, but Waddle will also get his numbers, and Mostert will get his numbers. Well, they want Achane to get back in. I just think they have with 4 or 5 different options where you can project. Well, Mostert's going to get a TD. Hill's going to get a TD.
Right.
Waddle probably get a TD. I'd rather look at the cumulative there and say, well, is Miami's total for this game under 30?
Their total points are 29.5.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, unless the weather's really bad, that's where I would go with this game. Like I said, I mean, it is very possible that they could get 4 TDs in this game from 4 different guys, and you don't get the one individual star.
Right.
Because
the collaborative effort.
The farther they get ahead, the more they're going to want to get their running game going. So I think that over 29.5 in this game for Miami is very attractive. I also think that Washington, I think Howell will put up big numbers in this game. And again, the problem with trying to identify, who's going to get all the passing yards is they have, 3 or even 4 guys who, tend to get a lot of targets. So I'd go with Howell in this game, over his passing number, over his TD number, and at the same time, I'd go with Miami over their total points. So what do we got on Howell?
Howell is 271.5 minus 114, and over under 1.5 touchdowns is plus 116. So you get a plus number to get to 2. If you want him to get for 3 touchdowns, plus 470, and the Commanders' total team points is 19.5.
Well, I don't see how he doesn't throw 2 touchdown passes in this game. I think that, to get a plus with that, to me, is very attractive. I'd even take him at 3 touchdowns. Obviously a lot, that's asking a lot. But if the game goes like I think it's going to go, he can get a cheap 1 or 2 at the end. So, but I would take him at 2 touchdowns as a very, very solid play. That's definitely going to be on my ticket.
Let's see. Tua over 1.5 is minus 205. You figure that's a layup, but it's minus 205. Can Tyreek get to 150? I mean, that's a bad secondary, man. He might run forever in a couple instances. CeeDee Lamb had a ton of yards against them on Thanksgiving. Can they give up the mother load to Tyreek, which will pay nice?
The difference between Miami and Dallas loves to run up the score on people.
Right.
Dallas loves to throw the ball to Lamb in the second half of games where they're way ahead. Miami's not that kind of team. I mean, their coach, he's not going to risk. If they're ahead 28-10 at halftime, he's not going to risk Hill as much as he can. They will run the ball a lot. I mean, this could be one of your Manning versus a Warner games for Miami, where Tyreek Hill got 105 receiving yards in the first half, and then the second half they throw 2 balls to him for 14 yards. That's what would scare me about. If I were confident that Washington could stay in the game and Miami had to throw the ball, 30, 35 times, well, then Hill could name his price here. But I just don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to see a lot of running by Miami in the second half. And so, I don't see the big monster number of this game for Hill.
Okay, I'm going to go back to just touching on the other 2 games. I'm going to go back to the Derrick Henry again against the bad Colts run defense. So I'm going to give him a chance to score 1, even 2 again. And I loved your call last week. I took it with Desmond Ridder rushing yards. Is 16.5 this week. You should be able to get that, right?
Well, let's talk about both of those games. Indy without Taylor, on the road against a grinded out kind of opponent. I think Tennessee's going to win this game rather handily.
Oh, nice.
I do agree with you that that Henry is very, very likely to score a touchdown in this game, and I think that's a very, very safe play. The Atlanta and the Jets to me is interesting. I just see that Atlanta is not going to pass the ball on the Jets. Not that Atlanta passes the ball on a lot of teams, but Atlanta will try to do what the Giants did against the Jets, which is basically run the ball on every down. Now, Atlanta does that, and they do that effectively, and it's the right game plan to use against the Jets, where the Jets aren't scoring a whole lot of points. I think Robinson in this game, could set career highs for, he could get 20 to 25 touches.
All right, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
and I don't think, but the Jets' defense is really good. I don't think that Atlanta is going to go in there and just ball control them the entire game, because the Jets' defense is better than Atlanta's offense. And so, but yet the more the Jets don't score, which of course you can count on that,
Right.
The more Atlanta will keep doing what they like to do, which is run. So I think what you're going to see here with Robinson is like 22 carries for 80 yards and 7 catches for 55 yards, and maybe one touchdown, maybe not even a touchdown. But I do think he's because he's going to get 25 touches in this game, and he's a dynamic player, the chances of him busting at least one, is very good. So, I mean, to me, he's a nice play in a game where, like I said, I don't think when you look at total yards per touch, it won't be great. I just think the quantity of touches is going to be such that he's going to put up really nice numbers. And I'm not convinced that the Jets can't win this game either. Atlanta's not a great, not a great defensive team. Again, you have to be really bad for the Jets to do something against you. But the Jets' new quarterback, who, I don't think is any good, but when you've got a young quarterback, the quality of your tight end, I think, is very important. And I think that he's thrown the ball to Conklin quite a bit. I want to say, actually have a second tight end they threw the ball to last week too. They threw the ball to the tight end a lot last week. I just think this is a game here where, they've got a chance to win. They're going to play conservatively. They're going to throw the ball to the tight end a lot. I think Conklin has a chance to have a really nice game. He could be a surprise touchdown scorer in this game. So between those two things, somehow, some way, I'd like Robinson, maybe in number of passes, yards receiving, which I think could be, a better play than yards rushing. But both
it definitely pays a lot more.
Both of them are. What are those numbers?
Well, if you want to go to your 50 yards or more, you said 55 is plus 640. If you want to play it safe, plus 360 for 40 yards. 80 yards rushing is at plus 178. And if you throw a touchdown that he'll score once and then do all three together, that pays about 21-1.
Wow. I like the plus 640 for 50 receiving yards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very attractive to me. I mean, I think there would be a nice parlay there from here. His minimum yardage, his minimum receiving yardage, and a touchdown. Put those three together. Obviously, you're not going to get paid a whole lot for that. But, like you said, you get something. But I'd also put a little side play on his, receiving yards. I think that's a very attractive number.
Let's see what the baseline here pays for the normal. So 61.5 is the baseline. for passing. So let me do a little deleting here. And 19.5 is the baseline for his 19.5 is the receiving, 61.5 is the rushing. And with a touchdown, all that together is just plus 421. So yeah, it's not like you're scooping the pot in any large extreme here. You think you'd get a little bit better payout on that. But I do like your numbers. I mean, maybe you could do a little more conservative and do something like instead of with his rushing 80, you could go to 70 at plus 124 or something if you want to dumb it down and still get a little bit better payout if you do it that way.
Or I mean, so the 19.5 receiving yards, what's the price on that?
So that straight up for 19.5 receiving yards is minus 114.
Minus 140?
114. Basically.
114. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, to me, that belongs on the, our strong.
Non-greedy? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that belongs on the strong. And then let's throw his, over 50 receiving yards onto the, the 61.5 rushing yards and TD parlay, and that'll bump up that number.
Okay. All right. Well, if we do 19.5, okay. Yeah. So Bijan all the way and play with the numbers a little bit. Let's get to your Conklin real quick, because that actually, before I lose track of that, is he good for 50 yards plus 450?
That's a lot of yards for a tight end.
It is.
I'd rather take a shot on him being the guy that scores the Jets' only touchdown. Do they have a number on it for a touchdown?
Yeah, plus 550 anytime touchdown.
I think that's more likely than to go over 50 yards.
Touchdown plus 550 for Conklin. All right, I like that angle. I feel like he's due to score too, because you don't hear his name much. I mean, you don't hear any Jets offensive player.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure that, it's kind of standard operating policy where you bring in a young quarterback, he looks for his safety net. You got to get the ball out quickly. Well, who's the guy you're throwing the ball out quickly to? It's your tight end. And I want to say they threw the ball 9 times to their tight ends last week. And this guy's been there. He gets 5 or 6 targets every week. And those are sometimes in games where they're way behind and they're not throwing a lot to the tight end. This should be a very, very low scoring, very tight game where, every possession you're gonna get yourself into. It's 3rd and 5, because you've just run the ball twice. Now what do? Well, you throw the short one to the tight end. So I do think he's going to get a lot of looks in this game. It may not add up to a whole lot. I mean, he may catch 8 balls in this game, but still only get 40 yards. It's just, the one time where they're down by the goal line. What are they going to do? I just think he's as likely as anybody to be the target. And plus 550, that's a nice number.
33.5 is the over-under for the game, and any total in the NFL, 34 points or less is undefeated in their last 8. So that tells you if it's low, it usually stays under. Okay. I do like the Henry there, and a couple good couple things we grabbed out of those. Okay, let's get to our characters. First one is the Chargers against the Patriots. The Chargers are laying 5.5 on the road. The over-under is 39.5 in this game. Last week you wanted to talk nothing about the Patriots, and rightfully so. I've said it all year. If you bet everything Patriots under, at this point you are a millionaire. It doesn't matter if it's props, game total, bet against the Patriots, their team points, anything across the board. If you've been blanketing the Patriot numbers, you are a millionaire at this point of the season. But here come the Chargers. The Chargers like to do things and keep teams in games and have them feeling optimistic about themselves. The Chargers may come in a little bit more banged up as well. I think you're going to be more in tune I'm trying to keep up with these injury reports, but it is tough. But I think Allen is a little banged up, but probably playing. They've had a rash of injuries too, I think, on defense. I'm going to say this. There is a perceived, well, not really perceived, but I think there is a little bit of an underlying coaching mismatch here. And it's with Staley and Belichick. I think Belichick can come up with a game plan. Herbert's definitely, I think, the main X factor. If Herbert has a big game here, then the Patriots probably have no chance. But the Patriots defense is decent enough, I think, to slow down any kind of onslaught that the Chargers can put up. And it's not like they put up much. I mean, last week at home, only scoring 10 points against the Ravens. And that was actually one of my more interesting, better calls is, as the game flew under last week with the Chargers and the Patriots. But I'll say this. Something tells me you're going to get a little spark from Zappe. He's not the greatest quarterback. He's pretty bad, but I've actually seen him play live. And he's been able to move the ball at times as a quarterback. He's bound to give you a turnover or two, too, to probably help the Chargers get some more points in that regard, maybe. But I think at 38.5, this could be somewhat of a sneaky overplay. I'm not saying they're going to blow the doors off here either, but I expect maybe the Patriots to have their best game of the season because the Chargers will make them do that. This is an interesting, weird one for sure. At the end of the day, yes, it could be 10-6. So what do you got with me on this one?
Yeah,
I can see the Patriots win this game too.
Yes, I can too. As bad as they've been, we talk about this every week. Every Chargers game, seems to be close, seems to come down to that one key fourth quarter possession, and they, tend to find a way to screw it up. And it's going to be tough, against the New England's defense, because of the Chargers just aren't the freewheeling team that we saw early on in the year because their receiving options are more limited. You mentioned Allen's injury. I don't think that's been a big factor. He's kind of been doing this for 2 or 3 straight weeks now, where he doesn't practice a couple days. He gets on the injury report, then he practices Friday, and everything's fine. But I do think that New England, the Belichick's smart enough to, let's take him out of the game. Let's put our best cornerback on him and limit his ability to beat us and take our chances with everybody else. And so, I have Allen on my fantasy team. I'm not confident he's going to have a big week this week. I'm going to probably say he's probably going to be under his receiving total in this game. But I do think, I think, New England's offense is just good enough to put up enough points in this game, and their defense is just good enough to hold the Chargers down. That here we go again. I can really see this being another one of those. You got to be kidding me! It's 16-13. The Chargers are losing, and they got the ball with 2 minutes to go, and now what's going to happen? And then they'll find a way to lose the game. So I agree with you. I think New England's got a chance to win this game. I don't see a whole lot of points, but I do think New England's got enough offensively, to outscore the Chargers in this game. I just don't see how the Chargers are putting up big numbers here.
Here's the Patriots equivalent to Jameson Williams, the guy who's been hurt and not being able to play a lot. Two different types of players. But he's emerged back into the lineup. And I would take, and when he's played good in spurts. So I'm thinking with Zappe. With Zappe comes new opportunities for players who might not have been doing much. So I would take a stab at plus 650 anytime touchdown on Tyquan Thornton. And if you think he can score 2, because that's just kind of the weird thing that can happen here, he is 100-1 odds. Now down to 85-1. That's actually dropped on me.
Oh, my goodness.
If we get a higher scoring game, potentially this
That's
could
what
be.
happens when you're on someone's bandwagon. The odds go down.
How about Quentin Johnson? Chance for him to redeem himself this week.
Very disappointed in
yes.
how he's done. I think there's talk about Palmer coming back this week, and if that's the case, then Johnson becomes a real non-entity. I don't know. I just don't think. I mean, this is a game that the Chargers. We talk about this every week, it seems, but they really need to win this game. I mean, losing to Baltimore is one thing. Losing to New England at this stage is the coach killer. They get your coach fired. They've been able to stave that off, but it's they're staring it in the face this week, and I just don't see. Like I said, it would be one thing where. If the Chargers were scoring a lot of points in this game, then I could see New England with a new passing attack, coming back and putting up some decent numbers. But I don't see the Chargers. They're not that team right now. So I'm going to stay away from this game all the way around.
Right. I'll say one more thing. Ramondre Stevenson plus 130 for a touchdown actually looks okay too. Okay, let's get to this next one. In Pittsburgh, we have the Cardinals, and this is another team, a bunch of injuries. Hopefully they can trot out their best, but I think McBride's dinged up, right? Hollywood's dinged up. Their whole receiving core, I think, might be banged up as well, much like the Saints. I don't know. Tough spot for Arizona, I figure. Pittsburgh's minus 6.5, over under 41. Now, Survivor, which I'm still alive in, I'm tempted here to take the Steelers, where I was kind of leaning on Jacksonville, I think, all week, but I don't like T. Higgins coming back just in that regard against the Jaguars. So maybe we'll throw this as a little Survivor strategy you can throw at me as well regarding that Monday night game with the Jags and Pittsburgh. The Jags and Cincinnati, and meanwhile Pittsburgh and Arizona. So I'm leaning Pittsburgh with the Survivor pick. I mean, am I right? Is this just a bad spot for Arizona altogether? Looks like we will have some weather. I definitely do not like the way Deontay Johnson has been giving up on plays. That's not very optimistic. The Steelers do get 400 yards of offense last week in the first time in forever after replacing Matt Canada or firing him. I'm not exactly sure who's calling the plays up there in Pittsburgh at the moment. The Steelers have not won a double-digit game in forever, I feel like. Maybe they did against the Raiders, but if they did, it hasn't been much more than that in weeks. So if you're taking Steelers to win by 13 or more and stuff like that here in the last couple of years, you're getting buried with that number. Is this the game? I mean, if they can't do it against the Cardinals team who's still banged up on defense a little bit, they're not going to be able to do it against anyone. Can the Steelers flex their muscles here?
I think they can. I think you're talking about two teams here on polar opposites in terms of do they, how excited are they about playing this game? I think Arizona, which has been surprisingly competitive, or I should say was surprisingly competitive earlier on this year, I think reality has set in. I think, looking at the number one pick in the draft and, needing to lose games, which is kind of where we projected them at the beginning of the season. I mean, how do you get blown out by the Rams? That had to be the low point of the season. And it just seems that, guys now who are a little banged up, instead of being questionable are doubtful. And they have to fly across the country for this game. And meanwhile, they're playing a Pittsburgh team that has to be on their highest point of the season. I mean, they got their offense rolling last week. They're throwing the ball down the middle to the tight end, which is going to open up the outside receivers. They hardly even got Pickens involved last week. They tried to get Johnson more involved. I think Pickens is their next, their next project. They've got to get him the ball more this week. I think they're going to have that opportunity to kind of name their number in this game. The 6.5 to me is way too low in this game, where one team's going to show up and the other team's not going to show up. And I just think that, Pittsburgh, even if, if they get ahead in this game, which I think they will, and now you've got this two-headed running back situation where they, there's no let up. I mean, they go from Harris to Warren. And there's, it's like, wow, and come on, put the third stringer in, give us a chance. And I just think that Harris is another guy who last week, he had his best game of the season. He's a guy who I think as he plays well, Pittsburgh is going to do well. And I think he's on a, season high, momentum. I think he's going to have a huge game in this game here. And like I said, I think they're going to get Pickens involved more in this game. I think they've got a lot of reason to try to win this game by a lot of points. Because winning this game 17-3 isn't going to do them any good. Because last week was the most exciting part about the win was the fact that, like you said, they put up season high numbers. They were passing the ball. They were running the ball. This looked like a real NFL offense. And so that's the goal this week, not just to win this game, but to build upon that momentum, put up even bigger numbers than last week, because that's going to be available to them this week. I think Pittsburgh's going to win this game, very, very handily. I think we're looking at Harris having a monster game here. Even though you say, well, he shares carries, a lot with Warren. Yeah, he does. But if you look at, last week, they shared carries, and I think Harris rushed for almost 100 yards. I think he rushed for a touchdown. And that was against, a division rival that was actually trying some. This is
they need to keep his morale up.
You're right. This is against your, JVs. And like I said, to me, it's important for them that they establish him as their go-to guy. They don't want him to be, you're going to share carries, with this other guy. You're our guy. Last week you rushed for 99 yards. Let's go for 120 this week. Let's get you 2 touchdowns. Let's make you the running back that, you've been in the past, and which is important for Pittsburgh long term. And so I just think they have every reason in this game to run up a big number. And I don't see Arizona even showing up for the second half of this game. So to me, this is no doubt, this is your survivor play.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I have it locked in now. 23.5 team points for the Steelers. So they should be able to get that. Cardinals are at 16.5. Hard pressed to get there, especially if it's kind of sloppy out and they're dinged up here. Any other props that might stick out to you?
Well, I'd look at Harris's rushing total. I'd look at Harris touchdown. I'd even look at Pickens touchdown.
Let's see here for rushing props. Najee Harris 54.5. Easy enough, right?
54.5.
Yep.
Wow.
Jalen Warren is actually the favorite at 56.5.
Well, again, I can see that. He had a better season than Harris. But last week, I want to say it was 99-49 in rushing yards. And that's new offense.
Right.
That's, this new guy's come in. I mean, it's kind of like saying, well, why would you trust Freiermuth? He hasn't had a big season. Last week in this new offense, he looked like Kelsey. I mean, they're throwing the ball down the middle to him. He had monster numbers last week. I mean, it's just forget what you've seen for 11 weeks. Trust what you saw last week and project that forward. And that's why I think Harris, to me, is going to have a far better game here and a far better finish to the season than Warren. So that, I would, I take Harris at plus 115 to outrush Warren in this game if they offered such a
minus 115 is his touchdown number, 5-1 if he gets 2.
I think the yardage total is easily the best play, but I take both those TD numbers.
Okay, do you want to throw the yardage into our non-greedy ticket? Okay.
Yeah.
So we have him and Bijan. Are we missing anything else? Derrick Henry touchdown?
I think we could put Henry in there.
Okay, let's see here. So let me put him in.
And Bijan over the receiving total.
Yeah.
Right? And, Harris over the rushing total.
And Bijan over the receiving total. All right. Right now, those three, nearly 5-1 for those three. So fair enough, easy enough. All right, let's see what else we can get. Next game on the board here is another one, 1 o'clock with our AFC West Denver Broncos, who have been steaming red hot. I should have known that better. I can't believe after further review how bad the Cleveland numbers on defense are on the road. Myles Garrett, I think, is out now too. We'll get to that in a minute with the Rams. But Denver has been feisty. They've been good. You got to give the coach a lot of credit for hanging in there with these guys. And these guys hanging in with Russell Wilson, to be honest. I mean, we've written the Broncos off for dead, I think, on several occasions at this point of the show in the last couple of seasons. But this is definitely their best stretch since we've been on the air here. I think, winners of 5 in a row, 6 in a row now, maybe. But they are in Houston. Houston's been my little darling, kind of. You got to remember the Texans have lost to teams the likes of Carolina, too. So they have had their let-down spots. And they may be coming in a little bit dinged up as well. Maybe our boy Tank Dell is nursing a little bit of an injury here, but he is listed to go as of now. Again, injuries are going to be really important as these lists come out this weekend. Texans are at home -3, over under 47.5. If the Texans are fully armed, then I think this is an over game. I think it's an over 47.5 game. I'll give the Broncos efforts on the road. If the Texans come in a little gun shy, a little banged up here, might have to rely on someone like Mechie a little bit more, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see who's listed on their receiving props just to make sure we don't have guys kind of ruled out at this point. But interesting game here. I could see Denver winning for sure, but I think it is a little bit more of a higher scoring game. What do you think?
I agree with everything you said. I think this has the potential to be perhaps the highest scoring game on the entire board this week. I think Denver has really, I think Russell Wilson has played very well offensively. He seems to get his, 2 touchdown passes every week. And this defense here gives up a ton of points. I think he should have a really nice passing game. Cortland Sutton had a nice run of catching TD passes. Didn't get one last week, but has gotten a lot recently. I think he's a very nice play to get a TD pass in this game. But I think Houston has a better offense than Denver does, and they have a healthy running back situation, and Denver hasn't been great against the run. But at the same time, I think the biggest question mark here is what you said. Dell is questionable for this game. Noah Brown, remember Noah Brown?
Yes.
Who had 2 monster games in a row, then hurt his knee, has been out the last 2 weeks. But he's returned to practice. He's another guy who's questionable for this game. So that would make a big difference. If I knew those 2 guys were playing, then this is a light 'em up, high scoring. You want both quarterbacks here with 2 or more touchdowns easily. I'm a little concerned about Houston's receiving core, and that's the only thing that tempers my enthusiasm here. But I do agree with you that I just don't see how either team doesn't score in the 20s here. I mean, that's kind of a given. And, if both teams are in the 20s and the total is 47 or whatever you said, then it's going to get there. And I think that both teams have the potential to go 28 or higher in this game.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think it's a very high-scoring game. I think both quarterbacks are playing well. I think they both, the receiving cores are getting better. I take Wilson's TD total, over, hopefully, over 1.5. And, I think that Stroud is probably someone who, again, you can look at as, over 250 yards, over 275 yards. Because the more Denver scores, the more Houston's going to score in this game. And so I think it's definitely a green light game for both of these quarterbacks. I wish I knew more about the health of Houston's receivers, but I think Sutton is a guy who you could take as
he's been money.
He's
been money.
Nice number for TD, even money for TD.
He's let's see what we have for him. 57.5 are his yards. What is his touchdown number?
The yards, I don't think Denver's going to put up big
plus
numbers.
150 for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean that's nice. That's lower than I would have hoped. But I think he's, if Wilson, he's would be a nice thing to parlay with Wilson over TDs. Because if Wilson gets 2 TD passes, one of them's going to go to Sutton.
Right.
So if you win one, you win the other.
Right.
So what's Wilson's TD?
Wilson over 1.5 touchdowns is plus 116.
Plus 116.
Yep, 116.
And what is it for over 2.5?
2.5 touchdowns for Russell Wilson is nice number, plus 520.
And what about for Stroud?
Stroud touchdowns, 2 or more is minus 144. 3 or more is 3-1. His passing yards baseline 261.5. Russell Wilson's passing baseline 223.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more, Wilson's more of a TD thrower and Stroud's more of a yardage guy. And so, I mean, I would, like I said, I think the two things that go well together is Wilson over the touchdowns number and, parlaying that to Sutton scoring a TD. I think you want a nice long shot. Again, two things that work well together is taking Wilson over the 2.5 TDs and Sutton to score 2 TDs.
Let's see what we get from that.
That works together. If Wilson gets 3 TD passes, then there's a decent chance that Sutton's going to get 2 of them. And what should be a real high scoring game, I think you get a really nice number there.
18-1. Russell Wilson 3 touchdowns, Sutton for 2 touchdowns is 18-1.
I mean, that's to me, that's a nice stab in the dark.
Okay. And if you want to get crazy here and you want to throw on some Stroud passing numbers, let's just see what we can, I don't know. You want to be conservative and say 275 at plus 124?
I don't, Denver's not a terrible defensive team.
Right.
So, and again, my concern is what's Dell's health?
Yes.
Brown's health? And because you got Collins, but I think Dalton Schultz is injured. So they got another tight end in there, which isn't helping. So their receiving core is enough of a question mark that I think he's going to he's going to get over his 264 number, but I
261 and a half.
See this as a sure thing 300-yard game for him.
Okay, so we take over 261.5. Sutton 2 touchdowns. Russell Wilson 3 passing touchdowns. 29-1.
I'd rather take the 18-1 on just the Denver guys.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I don't think that that's not adding that much to it.
Okay, so we can get some points at least on Denver's behalf, and let's say Denver's team points is 22.5. So if they, even if Houston can't get theirs, Denver should be able to get that, right?
I like that. I mean, I like both teams over there, over their total points in this game. As I said, I see no reason why this is 28-27 or 31-30. I mean, a real high scoring game.
You get 12-1 on the overtime. This could be an overtime game. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see. Next on our list, we go to the 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time window. Well, let's just get right to it. All right, so the 5-star system play is this, Dave. In my 20 years this is my own stat as well. I've only seen it lose twice. And that it has to do with the division, but I think it still works with the conference. And that is when you have a team on the road who's a favorite, who has a worse record or equal or worse than the home team, then you automatically have to take that away team who's the favorite. Now, the 4-star system play is the conference. The 5-star is the division. As far as the conference goes, I really don't remember it actually losing. Just on those couple of times it's happened in the division. I think Brett Favre against the Bears was one when he played for the Vikings. And the other time, I can't exactly remember when. But it's just that thing where the spread just doesn't make any sense. Why is the team with 3 losses the favorite over the home team with 1 loss? Now, in the day and age of social media and everything, that's been the Captain Obvious question all week. Everyone in the world is on the 49ers here, which is kind of crazy. It almost sounds like the Oregon and Washington in the Pac-12 final. There was no one giving Washington a chance to win that game, in which they won, which, you're like, what? I mean, don't they remember seeing Washington beat them before? And if we rewind the last year, this is kind of the unfair game for the fan because Purdy got hurt early. We were never really able to see this game develop. And the Eagles went on to go to the Super Bowl after that. So here we are with the 49ers fully healthy against a banged-up Eagles team who could be feeling the rigors of the season themselves after playing that long game with Buffalo last week. Probably maybe even took it a little lighter in practice this week. Tough stretch for the Eagles as well with the Cowboys on deck. I just think this is a bad setup for the 49ers. On the system play alone that I've come up with, I'm going to have to take the 49ers here no matter what. If that's the case, McCaffrey's going to get his 2 touchdowns like he always does as well. And you know what? We talked about how these teams who are these heavyweights will kind of play this feeling out process against each other and, maybe not really kind of run up the score. But if the 49ers find some success early on offense, which I think that they will, because we do have Eagle injury concerns on the D-line, which I think will help McCaffrey. And it's not like their secondaries exactly the best in the world either. And the 49ers have plenty of weapons to exploit that. Moral of the story is I think the Niners can definitely get their points. The Eagles will be, they'll still put up a valiant effort because they are the Eagles. And, Niners are a little susceptible in the secondary as well. So I think the Eagles can actually get their share of points. And I think this is an over game. I've been hearing under all week. I'm going to go over here, 47.5. And I'll stick with everyone else in the world who says that the 49ers are going to win this game because they are the 3-point favorite. So where do you stand here?
Well, it's, I've tended to shy away from the 2 heavyweight games that we've talked about in recent weeks. Just because they project to be good games, they project to be close, and either team can win. I think this is one of those games. I think everything you said about the 49ers is right. They're really rolling on all cylinders. Remember what I said last week about the 49ers passing game is if Ayuk has a big game one week, then it's Debo the next week. Last week, that paid off big for Debo, but now he had his big week. So this is Ayuk's turn this week to have the big game. If you're going to play one of those 2, it's kind of remarkable how it's gone that way pretty much all season. But Philadelphia, I respect Philadelphia. I mean, they've been behind in some of these big games that they've had. They've had to come through with big drives in the game, and then Hurts finds a way to make it happen. And he just seems to save his best for the biggest games. The 49ers and the one thing that we saw last year in the game, the Eagles game against the 49ers, which everybody throws out, which is fine from the 49ers offensive standpoint. But from the 49ers defensive standpoint, they couldn't stop Philadelphia's running game. They had no clue how to deal with Hurts as a possible run option. And it was like they had a spy on him, and then while the spy is spying him, then their running back from last year, the guy plays for Carolina now.
Sanders.
Sanders. He just ran like crazy in that game last year. And so I think Philadelphia can run the ball. I don't think the 49ers really understand how to stop Philadelphia's offense. I think will pay too much attention to, we're just going to designate a guy to guard Hurts at all times. And that just makes you a 10-player defense rather than 11, where you got A.J. Brown on one side, you got Smith on the other, you got Swift running the ball. The big thing that's understated about the Eagles is that not having Goddard. He's a big time safety net in that offense. He catches an inordinate number of big balls, big chain moving passes, and him not being there is a big loss for them. I feel much more confident about, Philadelphia putting up big numbers in this game if he were around. I still think they can. I think Brown's going to have a really big game against the 49ers secondary. But like you said, I think the 49ers are primed to score a lot of points as well. And while, I can understand why, most people like the under in this game, the weather could be a factor. It's a big game. When it comes down to the fourth quarter, you're going to see field goals instead of touchdowns when the defense is stiffing up. I still think that, this to me has all the markings of a great game, a 24-all tie with, somebody has the ball at the end of the game, they go down and kick a field goal and win it. So, I think it could go either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Philadelphia won this game again. They found a way somehow, some way against Dallas, against Buffalo. These are all teams that are, against Kansas City, all games that they easily could have lost. All three of those opponents are probably just as good as the 49ers or close to them. I don't know that this is the week where the magic stops. And so I'd be perfectly happy sitting back and not, watching this game and not having a playoff.
Full neutrality. I got you. Would you lean a higher scoring game or lower scoring game then?
I would lean a higher scoring game, but that number's awfully high.
Right.
I mean, that's like I said, I can see 24 all and end up 27-24. But that's barely getting over the number, and instead of it being 24 all, well, if it's only 21 all, and then you get the late field goal, then it lands on 45 and you don't even get there. So I think this is going to be a game where both teams score in the 20s. But if they do, then probably going over that number. But, 24-21 scares me. 24-23 scares me. If I had to pick one there, I would take the, say that, it's going to go over, but it's not. There are far better plays on the board than this game, I think.
Well, at 24-23, Eagles get the touchdown. Here comes Jalen Hurts on the push for the 2-point conversion fail. So it lands on 47 on the under. Okay. All right. Good stuff there. I'm going to take the Niners, like I said. I think they can when I do like your respect card for Philly, and obviously when everyone's on one team, that's not the side you want to be on, and that is the case with the 49ers. So maybe I'll pump my brakes here on that. You made a joke earlier about who the hell did the Rams – you didn't say hell, but who did the Rams blow out, talking about them playing the Cardinals last week. Well, here comes Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns team, which I mentioned before, who have actually horrible numbers on the road. And Myles Garrett might not even be a factor here for Cleveland this weekend. I think he is out, right? Am I right about that?
I don't know.
Okay. That being said, I'm going to give the Rams a chance here to have a lot of success against the Browns here at home. And how about this? The Rams now at 5-6. We're trying to talk about sneaky teams, kind of maybe sneaking their way into the playoffs last week. We brought up Green Bay. But how about the Rams right underneath our noses here, who won a couple games in a row? They're at 5-6. If they can win at home, they'll be at 500. Definitely right here in the thick of the playoff mix are the Rams. They're laying 3.5, over under 40.5. Does Joe Flacco have enough juice to win this game, keep it close, or can the Rams just – here's the thing, too. The last couple of weeks they've been winning. It's not like they've been clicking on all cylinders with their receivers themselves. Maybe they can kind of put that all together this week. Denzel Ward, maybe the best quarterback in the NFL there for Cleveland, so maybe he makes that a little bit tougher for someone like Kupp to get off. But do you like the Rams' chances at home here?
I mean, I just, I've been a Browns fan all year. Obviously, losing the quarterback kind of kills everything, but they still got a really good defense. They're still, as opposed to the Bengals, who are now basically officially out of the running, played like it last week against Pittsburgh. I don't think the Browns have decided yet that they're out of it. I think the move to Flacco is a move, that says yes, it would be nice to develop this backup quarterback. We got more important things to do right now, and that is to win a game. This is a game where I think they go to LA thinking, we really ought to win this game. We're the better team here by far. We just got to put up a little bit of offense, not make, offensive mistakes. And I think going to Flacco, kind of your ultimate game manager, is done with that in mind. Let's, just don't fumble the ball when you get sacked. And I think it should be a very low scoring game. I think that, Cleveland's defense is the best unit on the field. And I think that's going to dictate, it is kind of one of those games like, a typical Jets game. If their defense plays well, then the offense doesn't have to do anything. They can just play conservatively and try to win a low-scoring game. I think that's the game plan here. I don't think the Rams are, high-powered enough that they're going to overpower Cleveland's defense. I think this is a low-scoring game that could go either way. I'm kind of shocked that Cleveland's not getting more respect than the line because they are the better team here. If the quarterback were playing in this game, if Watson were playing, there's no doubt Cleveland would be a significant favorite in this game. And I don't know that he makes that big of a difference. And I think part of this is, the belief that, their balloon has burst, like Cincinnati. Cincinnati balloon burst, and look at them last week. They were terrible. Cleveland's balloon has burst, and they're not going to show up the rest of the season. Well, if they lose this game, then the helium's gone. But this is a game where I think they believe in the AFC, which is wide open. They have every reason to believe that they're still in it if they can win this game, and this is a very winnable game. So I think this is going to be a very close game. I will not be surprised at all if Cleveland finds a way to win this game, 17-16.
Right. All right. So nothing here fantasy-wise, just a good old
I don't see it.
slosh fest. Okay. 10-4. All right. This could be a fun game, but I think we have weather as an issue as well, potentially. They're talking rain or snow in Green Bay. This is the night game, 8:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Chiefs, after going down 14-0 and almost having, about 80% of the remaining field, which is 18 people left in my survivor. Most of them had the Chiefs last week. We could be playing for it all this week. But the Chiefs, they rally here in the second half. Their defense shows up. They put the lockdown on the Raiders. Now, you said it too. The Chiefs have had a great defense all season, and they just haven't gotten it going quite offensively. Now, I think Pacheco, leaning on him a little bit more, which I was thinking they were going to do last week, and they did, much to our delight and our ticket cashing delight as well. as Pacheco scored twice. I think he's going to be a big part of the plan again here for the Chiefs. Now, the Packers do have a little bit of defense as well. You saw Detroit go 0 for 5 on fourth down against them last week. But the Packers do have a little bit of rejuvenated juice on offense there. Maybe the Chiefs can be a little bit find some you can't say rejuvenate, but maybe the Chiefs can find their way on offense against a team like the Packers. So this is just an interesting game in that regard. I could really see this going either direction with the team or the total, to be honest. Maybe you're going to have a little bit better insight here. I want this to be a fun game because it looks like it would be a fun game, but the weather could definitely slow it down. 6 points does seem like a lot for the Chiefs to lay on the road, but you say that, and that's when they go ahead and win by 7. And the total is 42.5. So maybe you have some good angles here. What do you got?
Yeah, well, I agree with what you just said there. I mean, I'm shocked that the number's so high. Kansas City has not been a blowout team this year. And meanwhile, Green Bay looks awfully good all of a sudden. I mean, that performance against Detroit was very, very good. They've got their passing game going, very effective. And they've got the 3 young receivers who are all playing well. They got their quarterback, who all of a sudden looks like, thank goodness they got rid of Rodgers. I think that they should be able to move the ball and score points against Kansas City. And Kansas City is not the type of team where, well, yeah, sure, if Green Bay scores 21 points in this game, Kansas City will find a way to score 31. The way Kansas City's played this year, they'll find a way to get 24. I can't imagine Green Bay losing this game by a touchdown or more. It's just inconsistent with Kansas City's season. It's not consistent with where it appears that Green Bay is right now. I think Green Bay, to me, has emerged as the number 5 team in the, we've been looking for all season long. Well, you got the 49ers, the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Lions. But who else is going to make the playoffs in the NFC? It's wide open. I think Green Bay has emerged in my mind as the next best team. And it would certainly with the potential to continue this momentum moving forward. This is I don't even think this is a big game for them. I think it's a big game for them just to play competitively.
Right.
Because if you lose this game to Kansas City, like I said, 24-21, that doesn't derail your chances at all. It kind of stamps you as, okay, we thought we were good. We are good. We're not going to face teams like Kansas City.
Yeah, good point. You get a moral victory out of this. For sure.
Right. And I think they're in that position. As opposed to a lot of teams this week where, like Chargers, the Chargers can't afford them. There's no moral victory.
Yeah, that's a demoralizing loss.
And forget it. But Green Bay, they can lose this game and come out of it thinking, you know what, we play like this next week against whoever they play, Chicago or Minnesota or something. Then we'll go on and win that game. So as the weather is a big concern because Green Bay has to pass the ball. Kansas City doesn't necessarily have to pass the ball. They're the better defensive team in this game. They could play more conservatively and win this game, whereas Green Bay can't. And so, if the weather's really bad, that's going to favor Kansas City, which is weird to say in a Green Bay home game that the worse the weather, the worse it is for Green Bay.
Right.
Hasn't been their history. But they have to pass the ball in this game. So if the weather is just cold and not stormy, not snowing, I give Green Bay a real good chance to keep this game competitive and to see their quarterback have another nice game.
42.5 over slightly.
Well, again, the weather is the big factor.
Yeah. A foot of snow on the ground, then obviously.
I take to me, if I were going to play one thing in this game, I would play Christian Watson to score a touchdown. It just seems that, especially with Jones not available as a running back. They're good. They throw the ball more as they get down by the end zone. Watson is their chief target down there. And
plus 220 for that.
Is what?
Plus 220.
To me, that's you want an interest in this game. I think that's a nice play.
Okay. All right. That's fun. All right. You were saying, sorry, I have a bad habit of interrupting you sometimes. But you said they get down to the red zone, they're going to look for him, basically.
Yes, Watson has been scoring touchdowns. He is the number one target around the goal line. He even was last year. They threw to him last year down around the goal line. But their passing game right now is better than is better than it was at any point last year, as far as I'm concerned. That performance against Detroit was very, very impressive. Now, granted, that was indoors, and you got all your receivers with good footing. But the fact is that they've now developed three young receivers who you can't go into the game and say, well, you know what, we need to take Watson out of the equation. Well, then Jaden Reed's going to kill you. Then Dobbs is going to kill you. They have a nice assortment of receivers. Plus, they have they still, even with Jones out, they've got a running back threat in Dillon. So you have to pay attention to him. I think the quarterback's developing really well. There are many things to like about Green Bay right now, and this is a good, they were on a big stage there in Detroit. They came through with another big stage this game. I don't think the bright lights are going to affect them.
Do you share my same regard in Pacheco, where kind of you're looking at the stock graph, the stock is going up a little bit. It seems like they definitely are putting more use to him for sure, at least the last few weeks. Would you see that as part of the game plan here again?
I agree with that. Baltimore is. I feel the same way about Baltimore. Both of those teams are very scary when you try to project who's going to be their running back in any given game. It just seems the guy who did well in the previous game, for whatever reason, they phase him out and they bring in somebody new the following game. Now, Baltimore, obviously they lost their big running back this year, but now Edwards, has come, and man, every game Edwards is scoring touchdowns and doing well, what you've never seen before. And I think Kansas City is headed in that direction as well. It used to be, who God knows who's, going to be their star running back. But now it just seems that Pacheco has established himself. It's not Edwards-Helaire anymore. It's not McKinnon. Any number of guys that they've trotted out there. It just seems that Pacheco's getting the touches, that are warranted for, to have, fantasy success. And so, I would agree with you that, especially if the weather's bad, he'd probably be the most likely guy in this game to score a touchdown.
All right. Sounds good. How's your fantasy team doing?
Well, I've 2 weeks to go. I'm 2 games ahead. I have a huge advantage in point differential. So, in essence, I've clinched first place, which basically means nothing because in our league, there's 4 really good teams. I played the number 4 team last week. It was a very, very close game. And so, my team needs to get healthy. I've set it up, I think, to have a real strong team come playoff time, but it's falling apart. I've lost my tight end Andrews, probably for the season. I picked up in a monster trade, right? I picked up Justin Jefferson.
Looks like he's coming back sooner.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to see it to believe it.
Right.
The more this goes on, I just want, I know that they've activated him now. That doesn't mean anything. They had to activate him. I just want to hear next, obviously they're not playing this week, which is good. I want to hear next Friday after their last practice before next week's game, where I think they play the Raiders. I just want to hear Jefferson say, I'm 100%. I'm definitely playing this week. Let's go. In which case I'll feel a lot better because I have a feeling, he's played this game the last 2 or 3 weeks. Like, you know what? I'm feeling good, but I'm not 100% yet. Well, are you ever going to get there? With the big contract coming next year.
Right.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I traded half the franchise to get him. Makes me a lot better team if I throw him out there. But he's a question mark. And now, Taylor, injures his thumb and he's out for, God knows how long. So all of a sudden this, I was kind of like the 49ers. I have superstar talent at, 5 or 6 different positions, but nothing in reserve because I traded it all away. Well, now, I'm scouring the waiver wire, basically, for a tight end. For who am I playing? I actually have one decent backup running back. I have with Rashawn White, who's got a nice matchup this week. But I have no flex because DJ Moore would be my next best option. He's on a bye this week, so man, I'm scrambling at my flex position this week. I may actually have to play Pickens there. Oh boy, that's not the first place team doesn't stoop to that level. But like I said, these next 2 games are totally meaningless for me. It's just going to be a matter of Jefferson has to be healthy come playoff time. There's obviously there's talk about Taylor coming back in a couple of weeks. I just hope Indy can hang in there, hang in the race, so that there's an incentive for him to come back, even when he's not 100%. I picked up Goddard for waivers, as a guy who hopefully within a couple of weeks he's able to come back and play and resolve part of my tight end issue. So for a first place team that's been dominant, with McCaffrey, with AJ Brown, with Keenan Allen, on top of these other guys that I've mentioned, I'd say I'm not as confident as I should be. And again, looking at the 3 teams behind me, and I could play any of the 3, based on how they do the next 2 weeks. I'm not, I think I have the better team if everybody's healthy, but if not, then it's a wide open. I hate it's going to be one of those seasons where, a team dominates in the regular season and all of a sudden falls flat in the playoffs. But, I hate to say it, but that's appears to be where my team is headed. I cannot afford to have, and even, AJ Brown, not 100%. Allen, not 100%. If McCaffrey goes down this week with an ankle injury, then I'm selling my franchise.
All right, non-greedy ticket. I have Bijan over 19.5 receive yards. Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. Najee over 54.5. Is there anything else we're missing?
Well, we got to have a fourth.
Yeah, you got to have a fourth. Is that Laporta to have a touchdown?
Yeah, to me, it's either going to be Howell to have,
let's see what he is.
2 or more touchdowns, or you know what? I'm going to go with Wilson. Wilson to have 2 or more touchdown passes.
Okay. So
I think that for a high-scoring game there, I think that's the safest play. I do think that there are
indoors as well.
Yeah, I do think there are plays that we talked about. Who's going to score how many points these games. The team totals that are very attractive this week. But in terms of the individuals, that'll be my fourth. Let's go with Henry, Robinson, Harris, and Wilson.
I like this. Bijan over 19.5. Henry for a touchdown, 19.5 receive yards. Henry for a touchdown. Najee Harris over 54.5 rush yards. And Russell Wilson, 2 or more touchdowns. You're getting paid 12.5 to 1 on that.
Okay.
So $100 wins you $1,250. There you go.
All right.
That's how you pay rent. All right, that's good stuff. One last stupid one real quick. Can the Panthers find their second win against the banged-up Tampa team who seems to be kind of down on moral a little bit? I mean, I don't know. I was up on Tampa. Their stock is down to me right now after their last couple of performances. And they played a little better at 49ers. I've expected better things against the Colts. I don't know. Carolina with the coaching change, can they find a spark and get their second win?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, Tampa is. We mentioned this last week. One of the reasons that I was so high on the Colts last week was that Tampa's really banged up, especially on defense. But unfortunately, Carolina had no offense, and
they're going to run RPO. I hear this week a lot. They're going to try a run pass option as their attack. My play in this game, other than I would want White. I'm happy to have White as my running back this week in this game. A game I think Tampa, should dictate the terms. But Jonathan Mingo is a guy who's quietly having a nice season when he's healthy. He's healthy now. This is a team that I think Tampa's going to be ahead in this game. I think Carolina's going to throw the ball a lot, and Tampa's defense is really hurting. So I think Carolina's going to find a way this game to score at least 2 touchdowns. And Mingo, who should be a pretty nice price, I'm going to say 6 to 1.
6 to 1. I mean, is a very, very nice play. I already thought. Remember, this is the late slot here, where we got Cleveland and the Rams, where I offered you nothing. The 49ers and Philly, where I offered you nothing. If you want an interest in that late window, Jonathan Mingo is your man.
You could do the Jonathan Mingo plus 600 parlay to my boy Tyquan Thornton at plus 650 and get a nice payout. Okay, Dave, I appreciate it, man. We'll put a wrap on week 13 right now, and week 14 coming up, man. Wow, 5 weeks of regular season left. It will get more interesting as we go, I promise. All right. Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks, man.
Okay, anytime.
Okay, we will be right back after this. Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-55
877. Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Just about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can get carried away, Dave. Literally, the first segment, I was ranted about nothing for 40 minutes doing the opening lines and the weather. But here we are. Nephew Dave is in studio. Dave Del Grande was fantastic as always. You can always rewind or go to deepend757.com for the replay. We have Seth freaking Rollins chiming in. That is awesome if that's really him. Seth freaking Rollins, the WWE superstar. Ask the crew, do we like the Steelers? Well, Seth, I love them today. They are my survivor pick. Nephew Dave might take another route. We'll go through all of that right now, Dave. Nephew Dave, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Maybe we have the Ant-Man chiming in as well. I know he was out and about on the old shore drive last night, so he might be a little less for wear here this morning. But here we are, me and you, David. We will handle things if necessary, and we'll see if we get the Ant-Man to chime in. All right, what do you got for Survivor? I told you my pick. I would take the Steelers. Let's just go down the list. There's 6 teams on buys. Again, those teams: Bills, Ravens, Bears, Raiders, Vikings, Giants. All right, Dave, what do you have for Survivor?
All right, Steve. Miami traveling to Washington to take on the Commanders. If you have the Dolphins, which you probably do not, I don't see how you do not play them here.
Yes. And before we move on from that, just real quick, if you tune in for the show solely for the State of the Union Washington Commanders report, Nephew Dave says he's done with those after last Thanksgiving. But he can talk more about that when we get there. But yes, Miami, a good survivor pick. I agree. What else?
Detroit going to New Orleans to take on the Saints.
Nope.
Chargers at the Patriots. Steve, I think you could use the Chargers if you have it. And some people might have them because,
Dave, Justin Herbert has 4 wins and it's December. So that puts things into perspective for me. I like the home team there. So hopefully a lot of people do have the Chargers. Give my Patriots something to root for today.
There you go. I still think you could use them today. I'm not, but I think they're an option. Here we go, Steve. Arizona and Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Yes.
Steelers, good option.
The Colts and the Titans today in Tennessee.
Well, if you're using this for Survivor, you really have no one left to use. So, no, I would say no.
Yeah, you're probably in a bad way if you're using them for Survivor at this
Dave
point.
Del Grande loves the Titans.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
He thinks they win handily today.
Here's a really good game, Steve. I think it's going to be the Broncos traveling to Houston to take on the Texans.
Fun game. We need to get updated on the injury scenario for the wide receivers for the Texans. I might have to play a pseudo injury guy here and see what we got as these reports trickle out this morning. But a fun game, no Survivor.
Falcons and the Jets.
I think you could use the Falcons if you're really in that bad of a bind. But the Jets could be feisty at home today. It's not like Atlanta blows your doors off. What else?
Right. Panthers taking on the Buccaneers in Tampa Bay.
You have Tampa Bay?
I have Tampa Bay this week.
A lot of people will. I think it's logical. You're going against a Panthers team that has just 1 win. The firing of the coach scares me, and they're going to try to run more RPO, which I don't know what that means. I know what it means, run pass option, but I don't know if that means anything good for Carolina's offense that has struggled to improve mightily on that change of game plans. I'm worried about Baker being dinged up. Ant-Man says he's a go. The Ant-Man, at least yesterday, tends to think most of these hurt guys that we're talking about this morning are going to be good to go. If that's the case, Tampa probably wins. They've been my little sweetheart all year. They've come through for me many times, not last week. So I'm just reluctant this week. I'm a little trigger shy. But understandable why you would have them.
So here's one you probably run away from: the Niners in Philly to take on the Eagles.
If you're this deep in Survivor and this is the game that you want to play, you are nuts. Now, I do have the Eagles left in my repertoire, and they have the likes of the Cardinals and the Giants coming up on the horizon. So plenty of opportunities to use them coming up. What else?
The Browns taking on the Rams in LA.
No, but I do like the Rams. What else?
Chiefs, Packers.
No.
All right, and the Monday night game, Steve. Cincinnati Bengals taking on the Jaguars in Jacksonville.
Okay, so the Jaguars were my original Survivor pick. I've done one of those where I've gone all week with these guys plugged in. That's going to be my pick. And I teetered off of that in favor of Pittsburgh. One, that T. Higgins scares me that he's actually coming back for Cincinnati. Now, how many times are you going to hear that sentence muttered today? T. Higgins scares me. But that is kind of the truth. Maybe that makes that offense a little bit better. It's not like Jacksonville blows your doors off anyway. So they could have a possible letdown. I just figured Pittsburgh, this is the best chance to use them in Survivor. There's really no other place to use Pittsburgh the rest of the year. And you can save Jacksonville if the Buccaneers are out of it. And they're not. They're right there in the top of their NFC South, one game back. That three-way tie there, or kind of close to tying the three teams. You can use Jacksonville the last week against Tampa if Tampa's kind of called it quits at that point of the season. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and on that note, with T. Higgins scaring me to death, I'll go ahead and take Pittsburgh Survivor. Hopefully we advance. And I'm hoping a lot of people use Pittsburgh or will want to use them Thursday, so they'll stay off of them today because they play the Patriots on Thursday Night Football.
Right, Steve. You see Jacksonville catching 10 points in that game, too. That's surprising to me, I think.
The spread?
Yeah,
Against
the Bengals.
Yeah. Minus.
Or the Bengals are, getting 10.
Are you at 10 now? What's 9.5 earlier? I still see a 9.5. So, yeah, if you want 10 with the Bengals, it's out there for sure.
Yep.
All right, so lines moving around this morning. Let me see what other line updates we might have. The Saints line is down from 4.5 to 4. That's interesting with the Lions in town. Let's see. Houston is minus 3, 47.5. That's the same. So money coming in on the Saints. Over under stagnant 47.5. The Colts line is the same, minus 1.5, 42.5. The Falcons line has dropped earlier from 3 to 1.5. 33.5 is the total, but it's been sitting at 1.5 for a few hours now. Minus 9.5 for Miami, over under 49.5. That line has stayed stagnant this morning. Tampa Bay now 3-point favorites down. Money coming in on Carolina, Dave. Does that scare you? So minus 3 now just for Tampa Bay is what I see, 36.5. I kind of do like the over in that game. Carolina's going to score. I think Tampa Bay will score too. It's pretty low for a nice 82-degree day, put it that way.
Right.
49ers minus 3, 47.5. That line is the same. Up from 2.5 earlier in the week. Rams minus 3.5, 39.5, same line. Same thing in Kansas City, minus 6, 42.5. So no movement there. You've seen Cincinnati move to 10. I still see 9.5, over under 39 now. So very little line movement. Really, the two that catch my eye are the Saints and the Panthers. Interesting, David. All right. Let's talk about the division odds real quick. It's something we haven't done in a while. Buffalo's 2 games back. They're 9-1 to win that division. Worth a shot?
Yeah. Yep.
Pittsburgh or Cleveland are both 6-1 to win that division. Couple games back of Baltimore. Either of those worth a shot?
I think Pittsburgh would be.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. So I think you can do a Bills, Pittsburgh. We'll just see what this pays out. The Jags are minus 1,000. Houston plus 1,300 to win that division right now. Colts plus 2,100. Tennessee still kind of alive, to be honest, at 200 to 1. Any of those numbers pop for you?
Steve, I like the Texans if it's going to be anybody.
So right now, Dave, if you want to do one of these division shockers where these leaders drop the ball here at the end, you have Pittsburgh, Buffalo, and Houston $10 pays $9,790 right now. Just a little $3 bet pays almost $3,000 bucks. How about Denver won't catch the Chiefs, or could they? The Chiefs. This is an interesting game tonight with Green Bay. Let's see what Chiefs team performs. If they come in underwhelming, that could be setting the stage for I don't think they're going to repeat. Honestly, if they look bad today, this is the Chiefs team you're going to get.
Right.
So I think it's going to be wide open for anyone in the Super Bowl. Potentially a team like Houston, if they sneak in, could do crazy things. But 32-1, would you buy the Broncos?
Oh, absolutely. I have them at 20 over here.
Cowboys are 6-1. Would you buy them? They're literally one game back of Philly, and they 2 games back, and they have them to play one time still. And the Philly could lose today to the 49ers.
Right. I absolutely see why you would. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, Steve. And they seem to be moving right along at the right time towards the end of the season here.
So plus 600 for the Cowboys, and the Vikings and the Packers are both in shouting distance of the Lions if they can continue to stumble. Plus 800 and plus 2,500 for the Packers to win their division. Either of those numbers pop to you?
Probably the Packers. They seem to be kind of getting something together there. So if we're gonna take the bigger number, let's go with something with the Packers. Maybe Detroit starts to drop the ball a little.
Okay, so 10 cents, David. Literally 10 cents. We'll take the Packers, Cowboys, Broncos, Texans, Bills, Steelers, all to win their division. 10 cents pays $588,000 and $587.90. But almost 509, close to 6K, really. Just about 10 grand short of that, off of 10 cents. Literally a dime. All right. So why not throw that in if you have that sitting around in your account at some point today? The minimum bet is 9 cents. If you're going to be that El Cheapo, then you can get 5.25 in the hundreds of thousands of dollars range. How about this? We can't take any more, but we won't take anyone in the West, right? 49ers will win that division. But the Buccaneers, we talked about them a second ago, plus 470, and they're right there in the thick of it. That's still a good number for them, right?
Right. I have them at 500.
All right. Yeah. All right. Great numbers there. So some good division numbers out there and about for sure. You can still get paid big time on a lot of these. I'm going to have to do one when we settle down here just to play with it. So a lot of good numbers division-wise. Okay, let's get to the slate. All right. EPL soccer, which I did not give you guys a pick on the air, as I said at the beginning of the show, because we got into it with Dave Del Grande and went hot and heavy. But all right, I averted disaster for all you listeners as me and Nephew Dave played the under in 3 of these games, under 2.5 goals. And here are your scores right now as we come out of halftime. Chelsea 2, Brighton 1. Liverpool and Fulham are tied at 2. West Ham and Crystal Palace tied at 1. Aston Villa and Bournemouth tied at 1. So I'm kind of live for my draw, David. I'd like to see an Aston Villa goal, maybe Brighton goal, and things actually would get a little more interesting here in the studio in terms of soccer, as we have a completely El Cheapo round robin of the draws in Brighton, Chelsea, the draw in West Ham, Crystal Palace. Chelsea does have a red card, so Brighton could feasibly get a goal and tie it up, and that's the way the game ends. And Aston Villa minus 1.5. They'll need to be a little better in the second half themselves. Okay. Focus is football. So let's get to that. And our first game on the slate, David, are the Los Angeles Chargers minus 5.5 at my New England Patriots. And I will give my Patriots a State of the Union. I have not quit my job in that regard, David, like you have quit your Washington State of the Union. So the State of the Union of the Patriots is this. It's a complete shit show. At least we all know it. I'll pat myself on the back last year when I said that Bailey Zappi was probably a better quarterback then I can't even remember the guy's name now. Who's the quarterback we just benched?
Mac Jones.
Yeah, Mac Jones. I want to say Mac Brown. Isn't he the UNC coach? Yeah, Mac Jones. So that tells you that's the state of the union of the addresses. I can't even remember our quarterback's name. I mean, that is terrible. I mean, that sums it up in a nutshell how bad he's been. You feel bad for the kid. He has the yips. Kind of like, so a couple players. I think Chuck Knobloch is the famous one for the Yankees who played second base. He just got it into his head that he couldn't throw the ball from second base, not even second base, halfway between first base and second base, because that's where the second baseman lines up. But any kind of grounder to Chuck Knobloch would be a complete errant throw to first base. I mean, not even close. So he had what we called the yips. I think even Steve Sachs may have suffered from that. And you see it. You've seen it in field goal kickers for sure. Grammatica is one of those. I think Martin Grammatica, if you remember that name, the kicker for Tampa Bay, he kind of had that. Rodrigo, I think for the Colts, the kicker with the glasses, the Georgia kid, Blankenship, if you remember him, he just couldn't kick. He was great in college, came to the NFL and couldn't make a kick. That got in his head, and he fell off. And that's kind of what's happening to Mac Jones. He's getting beat up by the media. No one likes him up there. At some point, you feel bad for the guy. I did hear he was kind of a jerk to kids, though, at one point. I could be wrong. I don't know. If anyone out there knows Mac Jones, the human being, let us know. But kind of the impression I got is he was just kind of smug on himself a little bit. I could be completely wrong. Who am I to judge? That's for sure. So Mac Jones to the bench. In comes Bailey Zappi. I think there's a chance for the Pats to move the ball here today. I think they're going to give their best effort today. So the state of the union is this. As bad as it's been, I'm just hoping for a good, strong finish in December. They're going to get a good draft pick anyway. How's Michael Penix not winning the Heisman? I guess because the LSU guy puts up so many yards and touchdowns. But, I mean, if it was the NFL and you're talking about an MVP, I would have to give it to Michael Penix.
I think he
Jr.
still has a chance.
Yeah, okay. Leading the undefeated Huskies there to the Pac-12 championship. So I'm hoping just for a good December. I'm hoping the Patriots can draft Michael Penix in the draft. And you know what? I think they can beat the Chargers here today. I said it before. We're in December, and Justin Herbert has 4 wins. That just doesn't make sense. And everyone, kind of gives the Chargers they kind of screw things up in the end, but yeah, they're still a good team. Well, are they? They only have 4 wins. That tells me they're not much better than the Patriots. They're laying 5.5 here, which I think is going to be too much for sure. And I'm going to expect a good effort out of New England today. I think they can get the outright win. They're at plus 200. And might have a little bit of weather today too. But anyway, interesting matchup in Foxborough today with the Chargers and the Patriots. That being said, I will call for the outright upset. I think the Patriots can win this game. And I've been good about not bet. Trust me, I have not bet the Patriots all year. In fact, the one time I bet against them was with the Bills, who lost back in October, whenever that was. I think week 5 or 6 or something like that. So that being said, you're going to get some good numbers if you want the Patriots on all line. Like minus 5.5, which we like to say that number ourselves, because you can walk that off in overtime, or it's 2 field goals. But plus 390 is that number. I think that's fair game to throw in whatever round robin you want to do. The one interesting thing I've been noticing too, and we've been talking a lot of rushing quarterbacks. Justin Herbert's always money to get his rushing yards. Have you noticed that? Over 16.5 today is the total number of rushing yards for Herbert. So I like that. I like Ramondre Stevenson, probably on his rushing prop over 62.5, but I would take him for a touchdown score, to be honest. That's the one I would look at, plus 130 for him. Plus 135 now, so you're getting a little bit better number, and all the books are going to vary. But I'll give you the one. I talked about it with Dave Del Grande. I'm waiting for Tyquan Thornton to get back into the mix. And now we have a couple of injuries. You might see Thornton with Zappi, giving the ball to different receivers. He might stray away from Juju Smith-Schuster or Devontae Parker, but all those guys are paying decent money. Devontae Parker's 3-1, Juju's plus 390, Thornton is plus 650. Donald Parham is plus 490. I know Ant-Man likes to get involved with him. Eckler's minus 105. Keenan Allen minus 105 for anytime touchdown scorers. I'm just going to look for the Patriots to get the upset here. I think this game could go over as well. Probably Herbert does get his to some extent. You're getting a nice little number on Bailey Zappi today as well. And it's not like the Chargers have a great defense, but Bailey Zappi for 275 yards is 10-1 odds, plus 580 for 250. I think there's a chance there, to be honest. Now, it could be the same old crappy Patriots product we've been seeing. And if that's the case, that's fine. But I'll give Zappi a price because you're getting just great numbers on the positive side of things for New England. So if things do break right, then some of this can definitely happen. 200 yards is plus 152, David. I mean, that's just you can almost get that by sneezing. Boyle, the quarterback for the Jets, got that in the second half pretty much against Miami. I'll lean New England here. I would take a look at all the Zappi stuff, and I would take a look at Tyquan Thornton for a touchdown as a long shot. And the other number with Thornton that is going to really pop out is if he has 2 touchdowns today, because that, David, was at 100-1, down to 85-1, and now back up to 95-1 odds. So if you're going to do any kind of crazy little 2-touchdown score parlay of random guys, Tyquan Thornton might be a good one to throw in for you this morning. All right, David, what do you got here?
All right, Steve. So I'm going to go kind of on the other side of things here with you. Underwhelming season for the Chargers, definitely. I think just this could be a day for them to kind of try and right the ship a little bit, get some offensive things working. So with that being said, Steve, I definitely think that we can get this game into the 40s. So maybe we have a little room to play with the over there. It was something that I was interested in. I have a Keenan Allen touchdown today. And I'm also going to go, Steve, because you touched on it with the Justin Herbert rushing yards. Well, I have them at 14.5 at minus 120. But if we just add 10 yards to that for 25 plus, we're getting a plus 200 number out of it.
For Herbert?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Rushing yards.
Yep.
So I'm going to go ahead and take that. That's not really a stretch in my mind. He could have 27 to 32.
He's a bruising runner, too.
Right. And he's not scared to do it.
Nope.
So I don't see – that's just one of those plays where I feel like you have to look into your book where they're going to set you the yards, and you just look at what that alt is, and for Herbert is literally 10 more yards to get a nice plus number out of it. So I'm going to take a chance on that, Steve. I do like the over. And I'm going to go with Keenan Allen today, and he's actually going to be a big part of some things that I have going on.
Dave Del Grande seems to think if Belichick's going to choose one person to lock up, because that's what Belichick tries to do, it'll be Keenan Allen. But he's the most targeted player in all of football, Keenan Allen. So he's been having a fantastic year. At one point, I said Offensive Player of the Year, and Dave Del Grande laughed at me. That was like week 3 or 4, but he was doing awesome.
Right.
And that was kind of early on. You could really make an argument for it. Let's see here. What's the next game? Okay. We talked about this already. I love Pittsburgh. They are home -6. Over under 41 is the lot line now with Arizona and Pittsburgh. So this over under is going up. That's what it looks like to me. So let me start with you, David. What do you got here? Pittsburgh and Arizona.
So, Steve, I took last night when I'm sitting there doing some research, trying to find some things that I like. I took a little Jaylen Warren action, and I've got him for 60 plus rushing yards today, priced at -120. I didn't want to push it too much. They like to use that 2-back system there. Harris seems like he's maybe picking it up a little bit. So he might see some more carries is kind of the thought that I'm getting there. But Warren runs hard, and he has shown that he deserves his touches, and he's going to get them. And I think he can cash in against a Arizona team here and have 60 plus, Steve. So that's as far as I've gotten there so far. But I think there are some other things that I would like to play in this one.
So if Pittsburgh rarely gets a double-digit win, Dave,
Rarely.
are the Cardinals the right kind of team to give it to them today?
I think it could be. You know, they did have their first, 400-yard offensive game for the first time in how many years the other day?
Right.
So
they just need to keep it rolling.
Exactly. And could they duplicate that against Arizona? Well, Arizona's not that great, Steve, so I think you give them a chance.
Pittsburgh's my survivor team, which means I'm confident that they're going to win. That being said, I'm going to take them on the all line where they are a double-digit winner today. You're getting plus 215 at minus 12.5. But I think this is taking the Lambs out to the slaughter, to be honest, especially if the Cardinals are going to be a little banged up here. To win by 17 or more points, you're getting plus 340. Doesn't sound like the biggest payout in the world, but I could see a scenario here where this is a 31-7 game, 34-10 or something like that. So I think it's a green light for Pittsburgh. Pass and prop wise, you're going to get good numbers on Pickett today. Over under 195.5 is his baseline. His passing yards. Zappi and Pickett parlay is going to pay big, man. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
So Pickett for 250 plus is plus 390. If you're just asking Pickett and Zappi to get to 250 each, you're going to get a nice number on all that. George Pickens, if Pickett's going to be passing, then we're going to go with Pickens. We're not going to go with Deontay Johnson, who probably will have a good game, but I didn't like how he kind of quit on the play last week. But George Pickens is plus 250 for a touchdown. Freiermuth, they like to involve him, is plus 290. 2 touchdown scores today. Jalen Warren's 6-1. Najee's plus 550. Freiermuth is 29-1. They do have Trey McBride listed, so it looks like he's a go. He's at 29-1. Freiermuth now 30-1. George Pickens is 23-1. Kyler Murray is 24-1. Kyler Murray's passing props are 206.5. So that's low-hanging fruit, too, if you think he's going to pass his way to a Cardinals being the competitive scenario overall today. But I think it's a green light for most of what you want to try to do here with Pittsburgh, David.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'll just kind of say it like that. The team points is the other one might want to take a look at. Just 23.5 is the total team points for Pittsburgh today. I think they can get 24 or more, to be honest. I'm not sure this game gets over because I'm not so sure the Cardinals can do anything to make it go over, except be Swiss cheese on defense. A defense that is banged up as well.
And the Steelers have a pretty good defense to kind of help that cause.
Right. This could be a shutout, to be honest.
It could be low. That might be something to kind of look at before things get going.
So Pittsburgh all day at home. We'll go with that. Next game, Denver and Houston, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Texans are -3. 47.5 is the line here. I'll start on this game. I think it's a fun, competitive game. I think Denver can win for sure. Now, the listed receivers I got, from the best that I can see, that Tank Dell is going to be a go. They will not have the tight end, so he'll be out. Let's see. Denver looks okay, but here are the anytime touchdown numbers for this. Plus 160 for Cortland Sutton. Del Grande likes him. I could see him he's money, David. He's been scoring a lot.
Right.
Dameon Pierce, I just figure he's due. Plus 180 is a great number for Dameon Pierce. Tank Dell is plus 140. Singletary is minus 110. Nico Collins is plus 160. Noah Brown is listed now, too, with the Texans. So he should be back. 4-1 odds for him. C.J. Stroud plus 460. Russell Wilson is plus 420. Rushing prop wise, if we're going to talk rushing quarterbacks, Stroud was my man last week, and he is at 8.5 again this week, so he should be able to rush for that at some point, I think. Russell Wilson's, 22.5. So I think Russell Wilson can get to his rushing prop number as well. I'm not so sure about the running back's yardage here. I tend to stay away from that in this game. Receiving wise, I'll stay away from. I'm just a little gun shy in Houston today, Dave. Maybe it's because of the bad loss last week. I'm going to give Denver a shot to win on the road here for sure. I think this is an over game. I think you can be confident in saying that. And Del Grande was kind of right when he said that this is probably the highest scoring game of the day. I actually think it has a chance to be that as well. So if you want to do alternate total numbers, all that's fair game. Up from 47.5 if you wanted to climb all the way up to 58.5, because this could be a 31-28 game type of dealio. You're getting plus 350. So if you like the whole collaborative effort, think we can get a lot of points. You're going to get some nice numbers on the alternate overs in the upper 50s area. I don't know, David, what do you got here?
Yeah, Steve, I like the over. When I was looking at this one last night, I was kind of thinking that it definitely could be. Denver's definitely picking things up. I think they have a shot here in Houston. But I like the Texans, Steve. I know it was a rough one last week, but I like the improvements that they've made from where they've been for the last couple years. So I'm going to give them a shot today. I like Dell. I've had Pierce numerous times, like you said. Maybe it's this week because he's due, but he could just never finish it out for me. Stroud has a really nice price to maybe get like a 5 or 6 yard run and a coverage breakdown and punch it into the end zone at plus 390. That's something that I would maybe look at as well. And a weekly special that I'm looking at, Steve, Tank Dell and Cortland Sutton to combine for 100+ receiving yards, I think would be a go too. So it's probably going to be more of a prop game for me, and I'm probably going to sneak an over in there. I think this is going to be a pretty entertaining game.
Yeah, this has a good chance to be one of those same game parlays where you just take a bunch of touchdown scores,
right,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll have to maybe put this on one of the primary TVs as we go through the afternoon. All right, so green light on all the props for Houston and Denver. Who do you think wins the game, Dave?
I like Houston, Steve. I'm going to give it to Houston, I think.
Okay. And they've been kind of my darling here for the last few years. I've taken them on over season totals for wins. I've been on the Texans train well before this coach has come over from San Francisco. Weird spot today is all. Denver's kind of one of those tricky teams right now.
Right.
Just playing very well. We'll just see what the Texans have for them at home. Fun game. Okay, another one I think has a shot to be fun, but I'm going to have to look at the injuries here for the Saints. But the Lions are -4 now at New Orleans, over under 47.5. Del Grande loves the Lions and the under in this game. He thinks the Saints won't do much today on offense because let's see if we have Chris Olave listed. He's going to be kind of important here. They are listing him plus 200, so I'm assuming he's going to go anytime touchdown for him. Amon-Ra St. Brown plus 125. Taysom Hill plus 160. Jamison Williams plus 360. Laporta is 2-1. Gibbs plus 105. Kamara minus 120. Montgomery minus 130. Dave was convincing in his argument here for Detroit in the under, but he's done that to us before where Detroit's had really good games. I'm going to expect a fun game here too, to be honest. I don't know if they get over 47.5, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Saints win this game. Detroit didn't look good at all on Thanksgiving. Maybe they have a little bit of a yip factor. Now, they've had 10 days off to right the ship, but they are the Lions. I mean, David, do you trust them on the road as a favorite today?
Absolutely, Steve.
Okay.
I don't like what I've seen from the Saints offense at times. Yeah, they have not earned my trust at all. So if I'm trusting somebody, it's going to be Detroit over the Saints.
All right, what else do you have here? Anything?
Let's see. I think I had Montgomery in there anytime, or I may have had him for 2. I'll have to look at that. Actually, yes, Steve. I'll go ahead and give it up now. I was going to try and surprise you at the end when we went for 2. Right. I'm going to take Sam Laporta for 2 touchdowns today.
Okay. 17-1 odds for him for 2 touchdowns is what I see. You might have a different number. Plus 950 for St. Brown for 2. Montgomery is plus 440. Jamison Williams, 36-1. Maybe put him in a long shot parlay with like Tyquan Thornton. That would be a good matchup to get some of these guys on those extremely long numbers to match each other. In fact, I'm going to have to put him as one of mine. So I think an interesting game here. Maybe better, a little better than advertised. I'm going to look for points too. Now, you and Del Grande are both down on the Saints. I can't believe I watch as many Saints games as I've had, to be honest, or have had action on their games. They're one of those teams that's all over the board, David, as far as
they really are
mentality goes. So interesting game. I think there's a shot. I think they can pull the upset here. So everyone will kind of disagree a little bit on this one. All right, what else do we got? Let's move on to the Colts and the Titans. Del Grande loves the Titans as home underdogs plus 1.5, 42.5. What about you? How do you feel this game right now?
Oh, Steve, this is just it feels like run to the hills.
Right, AFC South slugfest.
We'll see if it makes it on the TV, I guess, Steve. I just really don't know what I have for this other than I guess give me some more Derrick Henry.
I love Derrick Henry today. He's minus 125 for a touchdown. I'm going to definitely take him in a 2-touchdown parlay. He's plus 430 for that. DeAndre Hopkins is 21-1. Josh Downs, 24-1. Pittman Jr. is 14-1. I know Anthony was Colt prop heavy. He likes Downs and Pittman. I do know that from our conversation yesterday. Let's see here. You know what? I mean, I could see Tennessee winning at home, but this is a hard game, Dave. I can't call the Colts games right to save my life. So don't take my advice on this one. As far as the passing props go, let's take a look at those. Will Levis over under is 207.5. Gardner Minshew is 232.5. So those are low numbers. The rushing props for Derrick Henry, 68.5 is his over under. So if you need him to get to 100 yards today, he's going to pay plus 250. So not the worst. I'm just wondering if he's going to get those opportunities. Colts have a bad run defense. I don't see any reason why Henry doesn't get close to 100 yards anyway. I think he definitely gets 80, which is plus 130. So I think all that's fair game. The Tennessee team points is going to be one that will be interesting to me as well. Let me see what that is. So the Titans total team points is 20.5. So they just need to get to 21. I think they can definitely do that. I think that's a low number for there. Colts at 20.5. I'm not sure about today. I don't know. Why do I just see Tennessee winning this game at home, Dave? I mean,
yeah, it's just some kind of ugly game that just, they bogged down and
24-13 Tennessee, something like that.
Yeah, Steve. I think there are better plays on the board, honestly.
Right. Yep. Falcons -2 at the Jets over under 33.5. Now this line is up from 1.5 just a few minutes ago, now up to 2. So money coming in on Atlanta, David. Is that justified?
I think so, Steve. I just don't trust the Jets. Their offense is just absolutely horrible. I like, the Falcons to kind of come out and take care of things offensively. I think that's what it comes down to, really, is that the Falcons can move the ball better than the Jets. So that's how I would lean in this one.
Del Grande loves the Bijan receiving props. 19.5 is his baseline. And then one of the numbers that we saw earlier is for 40 yards plus 370 receiving, 50 yards is plus 640. So there's some great numbers on him. Atlanta is a running team. Why do I think the Jets can win this game? But I'm not going to take them because I just can't. I can't with that offense. Again, I think 33.5 is warranted for the over-under. I think that's fine. I wouldn't look at any kind of alternate over here. Now, I guess if the Jets make it competitive somehow, then it's going to have to go over. But man, you really need the Jets to get like 3 touchdowns for them to make it competitive. I would just say this is probably a close, lower scoring game. You just said it, Dave. There are just better plays on the board. So I'm going to take that mentality almost with this game. The Desmond Ritter rushing props, 15.5 for him. He's been able to run the ball successfully. Tyler Algier is just 33.5. That actually seems low to me, to be honest. Although he is the banger down by the goal line. Let's see. Touchdown score plays for this game, which I think I do like the Bijan touchdown. I think I could get on board.
I went so Steve, what I actually did with him just now, I found instead of anytime touchdown, I went Bijan Robinson for one rushing touchdown at plus 185.
Oh, interesting. All right, so take the receiving out of the equation.
Right.
I do see plus 170 straight up for me. So you get a chance with both of those there. Let's see. Brees Hall plus 130 for a touchdown. Algiers 3-1. Drake London 3-1. Garrett Wilson plus 240. Jonnu Smith, we haven't seen him in a few weeks, plus 600. Dalvin Cook plus 700. Tyler Conklin is who Del Grande likes, plus 750 for the Jets, the tight end there. Cordell Patterson plus 850. 2 touchdowns today. A few of the notables. Brees Hall 8-1. Bijan Robinson 12-1. Garrett Wilson 22-1. You know, Brees Hall wouldn't be the worst one to take, to be honest, today, Dave.
No.
If the Jets are going to have a chance to score, I think it's going to be Brees Hall. So maybe a shot there at 8-1 with Brees. I mean, you're really reaching a little bit, maybe. But Brees has done me good the times I've taken him. I could just see him being a part of that game plan today for sure. Let's see. The defense for Atlanta, 130-1 for 2 touchdowns against Boyle. Wow, he could do that. He could cough it up a couple of times. Tim Boyle, 172.5 is his passing yards. Desmond Ritter, 169.5. There's going to be a lot of yardage, I think, here on the ground. Let's see. Brees Hall, 56.5. I think he can go over that. I think that's fair. And Bijan, 62.5 rushing yards. Also, as far as passing yards go for running backs, let's take a look at that. And Brees Hall, the rush for 100 today is plus 470. You got to think he's going to get a lot of attempts. So I'm going to notate him a little bit here. I feel like we do a lot better when we take notes.
Right.
Receiving yards. Yeah, we talked about Bijan paying big. What are Brees Hall's? That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, 50 yards receiving for Brees Hall plus 370. So you're getting a good number on that as well. All right. So I would go with any running backs here, either side, Bijan or Brees. Best plays for me, probably a low-scoring game. If it goes over, I won't be shocked. If it goes over, it means the Jets are playing really well today. Put it that way. All right, Dave. No Commanders State of the Union for you today?
Steve, I mean,
9.5 point underdogs right now at home to Miami, over under 49.5. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, Steve, it's just a frustrating season. I think we expected a little bit better. There's just, I feel like, talent on this roster that's kind of being wasted right now. We'll see what they do today. I think this is going to be a complete smoke job from the Dolphins. But if the Commanders can find a way to get 17 points, I think we can get up over this total. We'll see what happens in the offseason. If things go the way they're going, and Washington probably has one of the toughest schedules, throughout the rest of the season. I think their probably only winnable game would be against the Jets coming up in a couple weeks. Other than that, it's against, pretty good teams. So we're bound to get a draft pick, kind of like you, Steve. We'll see what happens. Coaching changes already being made, so not the season we wanted. But we'll see what happens, Steve. And I think we can go props here. Definitely Miami heavy. Maybe a Robinson rushing touchdown. Like I said, if they can manage to get 17 points, I think we'll have an over game.
I was thinking Robinson's a good logical pick for the Commanders today, to be honest, for a touchdown. If you kind of want to look a little off the main characters. He is still a main character, Brian Robinson. let's see, 2 touchdowns for him today is at not plus 950. So that's a good number for him. 2 touchdown scores in this game with the Dolphins and the Commanders. Tyreek Hill was plus 450. Raheem Mostert plus 390. Devin Achane plus 650. Achan, however you want to say his name. Waddle 10-1. Terry McLaurin 23-1. Jahan Dotson 29-1. These guys just always seem to get 1 and never 2. Logan Thomas 36-1. I think I've had enough of him. An underrated one for me is because he's getting more targets is Durham Smythe. Smithy, as the Ant-Man and I call him. He's 65-1 today. So I would maybe stick him in one of the oddball long shot ones because I think he might get some more opportunities here against a Washington team, David, who will let anyone score.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about it. So let's maybe try to take advantage of some of those big numbers. The total points in this game are Commanders 19.5. Do they go over that?
Boy, Steve, I think they get to 17. No, I don't think they do.
Dolphins 24.5. You'd be over there, right?
Yes. This is probably 34-17 if you're going to go a correct score.
A little correct score throw out, our first one of the day. Let's see, correct score on this for the Dolphins to win 34-17. Because you brought it up, David. I'm going to have to scroll to it here. 100-1 odds. Not bad.
No.
I think I have the Dolphins on the alt line somewhere myself. But I can see the Commanders maybe being competitive. I mean, this is the team I've been paying real close attention to because of you. I've been on the Sam Howell bandwagon. Let's just look at the quarterback stuff. Sam Howell is 261.5 for his baseline. His alternate total numbers to get to 300 is plus 225. 325 or more is 4-1. I just don't know if he gets over 300 yards today, David. The Dolphins defense is playing better. I think I'm off on the Sam Howell stuff. As far as the touchdowns go, though, you know what? I think I just like Robinson as the best player to score
Right.
for the Commanders, to be honest. But Howell, just to get 2 touchdowns is plus 118. To get 3 is plus 470. Tua Tagovailoa is 3 touchdowns for him plus 215. 4 touchdowns, 8-1. He could definitely spread the wealth today, but it could also be the running backs. Man, I don't know. Why do I see the Dolphins scoring in the 40s today, David?
It could happen, Steve. The secondary cannot stop anybody. Alabama could probably go in there and old Milroe would have a field day with them.
Oh, yeah. We have an announcement on that. I don't think we have that yet. Who the Final Four is? Do we?
Not quite yet.
What time is that? Is that at noon?
Yeah, we find out today at some point.
In the next hour or two, anyway. It will be.
You probably, yeah.
All right. So Commanders and Dolphins, green light for everything Miami. David says I'll tend to agree with him. I'll give Brian Robinson a chance. 49.5 might be too rich for my blood. I don't know, but I maybe not. I can see the Dolphins literally getting in the 40s today. All right, so that's it for the 1 o'clock slate. How about that? 6 teams on buys. We go through a little bit faster here, and we have 3 games in the 4 o'clock window. So the first one we'll talk about is Carolina and Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay -3, 36.5. They're your survivor pick, David. Go ahead and tell me what you might like in this game.
Yeah, Steve, I'm just, I'm thinking Buccaneers over the Panthers. Obviously, Panthers being, the bottom feeder of the league this year makes me lean that way. But as I load some stuff up, I like Rachaad White, Steve, to punch one in today. I'm going to go with him on the anytime for sure. But I just think Tampa gets it done, Steve. I don't have anything that particularly pops out to me other than I think, Tampa Bay is still alive to win that division. So maybe that gives them the motivation to come out here and take care of business at home versus Carolina.
Let's see here. Anytime touchdowns in this game. Rachaad White, they killed me last week on him. That's how Baker got hurt, is they tried to get too cute at the end zone. Why do these coaches get so cute on the goal line? Shotgun, let's not hand it off to the running back. Let's just try to run Baker up the middle where he gets hurt. It's just crazy to me sometimes what these guys do. But Rashad White's plus 105, Chuba Hubbard plus 170, Mike Evans plus 185, Thielen is plus 230, Godwin is plus 280, Miles Sanders is plus 320, K. Dot is plus 440, Chase Edmonds plus 450. Let's see. DJ Shark plus 600. Jonathan Mingo is Dave Del Grande's play of the 4 o'clock window. You heard that before we came in the studio. 6-1 for him. The rushing yards for Bryce Young is what I'm going to be interested in as well. 11.5. So if he's going to run some run pass option today, I would not doubt to see Bryce Young get over 11.5. I think if you're going to do a quarterback rushing prop parlay, I think you can throw Bryce Young in that mix to get to 12 yards, especially if they plan to run more RPO, is what the dealio supposedly is today under the temporary regime of we'll just call it Tepper, the coach, the owner, because that's kind of how he acts. Let's see. Receiving prop wise for the Buccaneers. That's going to be an interesting one too. Where are the yards? 45.5 for Godwin, but he could be a little dinged up. Rashad White, 22.5. He's been money on his receiving prop totals, so maybe worth a shot with him. Rashad White to get 40 yards receiving today is plus 310. So that's not the worst play in the world. I'm going to jot that down as well. On the receiving yards for Rashad White. Let's see, Mingo. If you want to take Mingo at 60 yards receiving plus 410. So a decent number there since we brought his name up. And Evans has been fantastic. So if you want to do anything Mike Evans, you might as well. I mean, he's been decent for sure, except for that one game at Buffalo where he had me the winning bet, David, a big bet, and they called the penalty on him and brought him back. One of the more gut-wrenching losses of the season involved the play with Mike Evans. So interesting game, I guess. It'll be warm, nice weather. Yeah, 36.5. That just seems low to me for this game. I could see this being an over game. And not that I've said this a couple times in Carolina, and they haven't done it for me. But you're getting a nice price not to get even super high. 45.5 is plus 285. 47.5 plus 360. So if the Buccaneers can win, like a score of like 28 to 23 or 22 or 21 or whatever, then you can get a nice payout for the upper 40s. All right, system play, Dave. The system play is anytime you have a team on the road with a worse record at the home team who has a better record and the away team is the favorite, it is an auto pick, no questions asked. So in that regard, that is the San Francisco 49ers today. They are the road team. Now, 5-star in division, I would say 4-star in conference. Although I think the division is the only time I've seen it lose. So when you have the two teams, 49ers now the 2 seed, Eagles the 1 seed, the 2 seeds on the road, and they're the favorite. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I think you need to take the 49ers here and ask no questions at all. The total is 46.5. Anytime touchdown scores today, McCaffrey is always a favorite, a minus 220. Hurts minus 105. Swift plus 180. Kittle's plus 180. Ayuk plus 185 is a good number today for him. Debo's plus 190. Jack Stoll, the tight end fill-in for Goddard, plus 280. There's a Julio Jones sighting at plus 550. Boston Scott, 7-1. Kenneth Gainwell, 7-1. Kyle Juszczyk, I feel like he's due. This could be definitely a game where he scores 12-1. But I would lean on McCaffrey here. He had a good game, a decent game against Philly the last time out. But the offense, for the most part, bottled up. But McCaffrey, only 240, plus 240 for 2 touchdowns. How about that? Jalen Hurts, 6-1, who cashed a ticket for me last week with Josh Allen. A.J. Brown's 10-1. Swift, 13-1. Debo, 13-1. Devontae Smith 14-1, Brandon Ayuk 14-1, Kittle's 15-1. And if we look at the passing props here for Purdy, his baseline is 258.5. Over under for Hurts is 239.5. I think this is just a higher scoring game. A lot of people I've been listening to like the under this week because it's your typical two heavyweights kind of matching up here. But I think the Niners are going to score, which is going to make the Eagles have to score. And I just think the Niners are going to score more. So give me the Niners in a fun game to cover the spread. Game goes over, and I would say it's a green light for anything you want to do prop-wise. What about you?
Yeah, Steve, a lot of prop opportunities here. I'm going to do an A.J. Brown and Brandon Ayuk to combine for 2+ touchdowns today. Getting a pretty nice number at plus 275 for that. It's the, and I have McCaffrey, of course, mixed in and some other places. I think you could also go with each team for a rushing touchdown today. We know that they like to try and get it going on the ground. So I think that's fair game as well. So give me some props. Give me some Ayuk. Give me some McCaffrey. And we want to see some rushing touchdowns today as well.
All right. Yeah, I think it's a green light, and I think it's going to be a good game here at 4:25 p.m. Eastern. One more 4 o'clock, David. The Rams and the Browns. Maybe not as exciting in this game. The line in this game currently, as I get off the 49er game, Rams minus 3.5, 39.5. You know what? The Rams look good in 2 victories. They have not looked good in 2 wins in a row. When I say not looking good, I'm talking about no Kupp, no Puka, right? And that's the kind of the first 2 names you think of when it comes to their dynamic offense. With Stafford playing well and Kyron Williams now too. He's busted out great as a running back. He's cashed tickets for us last week as well. I'm going to expect more of the same. Cleveland's kind of bad on defense on the road. They give up a lot of points when they're on the road. And I could see that again today. I'm not so sure that we have – let me look at defensively and see if Myles Garrett is listed here. Yeah, I do have him listed for a sack, so I'm going to assume he plays. But he could be scratched. He's kind of dinged up. I don't know. I like the Rams here. I think they can win this game convincingly. Flacco hasn't been around long enough to, I think, get that ship going offensively for Cleveland. And I just think they can get outscored in what it will be a fast track with some good Ram receivers. So I would give a green light to all the receivers for the Rams, to be honest, today. 2 Atwells over under receiving yards is just 20.5. That is very low-hanging fruit. Cooper Kupp is 54.5. Higbee's 23.5. He had 2 touchdowns last week as well. Puka is 53.5 for his over-under. Let's see. Amari Cooper is 48.5 for his receiving yards. Jerome Ford, 15.5. I just think the Rams have some weapons here offensively. I think it's going to be too much for the Browns to be able to keep up. Tutu Atwell alternate receiving yards is an interesting one because he's going to pay big time as well. 50 yards is plus 430, 60 yards. And he is kind of a breakaway receiver, kind of a little scat guy. So he can kind of do this kind of thing. Plus 640 for 60 yards for Tutu. 70 yards is plus 920. You figure he's going to be due to kind of break one. Touchdown-wise, I would look at all these guys. I would look at them all. Kupp is my plus 90. Puka's plus 200. Amari Cooper plus 260. Kyron Williams minus 105. Jerome Ford plus 180. Higbee plus 340. So he's paying great again after scoring last week. He would just have to score one time for plus 340. Tutu's plus 470. 2 touchdown scores. Williams is plus 550. Ford plus 1,200. Cooper Kupp 16-1. Great number on him, but you got to remember he's going against Denzel Ward more than likely. Puka is 17-1. I think that's a good number for him today, to be honest. Kareem Hunt 20-1. Royce Freeman 21-1. Tutu Atwell 55-1 for 2 touchdowns. If you want to talk some of these longer shot guys again, him and like a Thornton would pay a fortune if they got two. So plenty of numbers on the Rams' sake. I'd say green light Rams. Give me the Rams. Give me the Rams on the alt line as well. Does it get over 40 points or 39.5? I'm not so sure because I don't think Cleveland can get there. The game point, team point wise, let's see. Rams are 21.5. I think that's over. Browns 17.5. I think it's under. What do you got, Dave?
Steve, so yeah, I like over 23.5 for the Rams today. Plus 124 on that. But I also I think it's just like you said. Give me the Rams today. I just don't think that Cleveland on the road kind of has the offense to stack up here with the Rams. So what I'm really going to do is take the Rams for over 2.5 team total touchdowns today.
I like that bet. Nice. Yeah, I think it's green light Rams. Go for it. You could have the old California Ram and 49er prop thing going on as well. I'll take some of these 49er guys and line them up with a couple of these Ram guys for a nice payout here at the end of the day. All right, night game tonight. Fun one in Green Bay with Kansas City and Green Bay -6 for the Chiefs. Over under is 42.5. I'll start with you, Dave.
So Steve, I think this is actually going to be a pretty entertaining game.
Yeah, I agree.
But I tell you what, I got to stick with Pacheco here. The guy just runs so hard.
I agree.
Gives the effort.
Stock is up. That's kind of the feel around the studio with everyone.
Right.
Pacheco being much better.
Yeah, like you said, his stock is definitely up. So we're going to take him. We're probably going to take him for an anytime at least. I think his yardage props may be in play as well. I don't know, Steve. This is Jaden Reed there for the Packers is a interesting number to score at plus 225.
Yeah, he's been money for me. I took him last time out, and he's been scoring. I'd see plus 290. I got plus 260 on Christian Watson. Isaiah Pacheco -105. Kelsey's flat money. AJ Dillon is plus 155. Rashee Rice is plus 220. Dobbs plus 280. Tucker Kraft plus 460, the tight end for Green Bay. Sky Moore has been terrible for me all year, plus 550. Valdez Scantling does nothing for me, plus 470. Kadarius Toney plus 650. The Chiefs wide receivers just stock down. And again, you're going to get low-hanging numbers on all these Chief receivers. Literally, Sky Moore is only 15.5 for his receiving yards. Valdez Scantling is just 12.5 for his receiving yards. So those are all low numbers. But Checo, 19.5. He's been getting the ball receiving a little bit too. Jaden Reed, you talked about him, 42.5. Christian Watson, 40.5 seems low to me, to be honest. Dobbs, 34.5.
I don't think it goes over though, Steve.
You think this is an under game?
I do. Two defenses.
Yeah, they are more defensively orientated. Yeah, you would think this could be a fun game. Now, the Packers team points might go over. I might give them a chance here. Now, yeah, KC's defense is really good. I just like the momentum that Green Bay has, that they have moving forward here. It'll be interesting to see what their number is. Let's see. I'll probably be scared of it. 17.5 for Green Bay. I think they get over that. 24.5 for the Chiefs. I'm not so sure they get over that, to be honest. I could see this being like a 21-20 game, 24 to 21, something like that. The total is, again, what is the total? 45.5?
40, yeah. No, it was 40.
42.5. Yeah. You would think it would be higher if the, yeah. So I think it probably is a lower risk. All these night games are unders.
Yes.
I don't know if you noticed that or not. Every Sunday night game, except for 2, have gone under. I think every Monday night game, except for 1, has gone under the total so far this year. The points have come on Thursday nights, if anything. So there could be another one. No snow or rain, as everyone kind of thought all week. It looks like we won't have that. But of course, obviously put on your pregame beforehand and check the field out for yourself. because that is the type of track at Lambeau Field. I've been there. If it does it could get torn up if it is wet and snowy for sure. And that will definitely slow the game down into the unders. Okay. I think Green Bay keeps it competitive, and I think they have a chance to win. Fun game here tonight. If I'm going to take any kind of best bet on this game, I'm not exactly sure what I want, to be honest. But I think I might as well just take the Packers on the all line is what I would do. And the Packers on the all line here, -5.5 is +420 if we go that route. I could see them winning this game. I just could. The Chiefs stock has been down with me. I kind of been on it all year. Kind of said, wait a minute, guys, aren't the Chiefs not really playing so well? And they haven't done anything to be better. They really, really haven't. I'm going to have to, at some point, take these low number receivers and something. I mean, it's literally one catch for Sky Moore. It's one catch for Valdez-Scantling. They can't get one catch from Patrick Mahomes, and then they'd be over their prop totals. But, I played that route before the season, and it's gotten me burned every time. All right, so fun game tonight in Lambeau. And we have the last game on the board, which is – and I'll go ahead and give you a scoring update. How about this? Aston Villa and Bournemouth have drawn 2-0, 2-2. Chelsea is on top of Brighton at 3-2 in extra time. Liverpool on top of Fulham 4-3 in extra time. How about those for some soccer goals this morning? We bet under 2.5. We should have been betting over 4.5 in all these games. I don't know the Crystal Palace score. I'm not going to take the time to look it up. All right, night game with the Jaguars and the Bengals, right? That's who we got. Browning and company. T. Higgins, who scares me, is back into the mix. So maybe that makes Cincinnati a little bit more interesting. They're getting 9.5 points at Jacksonville, David. Is that too much? You saw 10 earlier, right?
I have 10 on my book.
Okay.
I don't know, Steve. I don't know about that. I got to think
the little Monday night sucker play.
Right.
That's just kind of what I'm afraid with Jacksonville. I had them as my survivor team locked in, and I'm put them on the bench for Pittsburgh. Hopefully, I'm not going to regret that decision after 1:00 this afternoon, because I'll be very bitter and probably not watch that game at all tomorrow night. I'll be rooting hard for the Bengals, put it that way. Weird game, David.
It is.
It just is. Now, the Cincinnati passing offense is atrocious. I'll give you that. Or passing defense. So Trevor Lawrence at 247 passing yards seems a little low to me, to be honest. If you think he can have a 300-yard passing game, is that plus 320. Now, if Jacksonville does go up big and Cincinnati can't score, there's no reason why he's going to get that many passing yards. So maybe it's a Travis Etienne type of deal as well. 65.5 is his baseline for rushing yards. Mixon is 49.5. He's been decent here in the last couple of times out for his props. So Mixon 49.5 is probably maybe low. You might be able to get that himself. Alternate rushing yards for Etienne to get to 100 yards is 3-1. So that's kind of an interesting number. I always like his receiving props too. 17.5 seems low to me for receiving for Etienne. They don't have any alternate yards here.
Could be a Ridley game.
Ridley is, his alternate receiving, his baseline's at 60. To get to 100 yards, and Ridley's been good for me the last few weeks, is plus 410. Jamar Chase to get 100 yards is plus 400. I wouldn't rule that out, actually, especially with T. Higgins coming back. Anytime touchdowns in this game are Etienne minus 130, Ridley plus 150, Kirk plus 185, plus 185, Chase plus 220, T. Higgins, as mentioned before, plus 360. Anything else? Tank Bigsby, if you like the other tank, other than Dell, plus 700. Anything else here, David?
Steve, that's going to be a Monday night decision. Might do a same game with some Ridley stuff, like I said. Maybe an over as well. We'll see. But as of right now, Steve, it just seems kind of like a tricky game there.
Chase and Ridley for 2 touchdowns each. $5 pays $900. So that's not the worst thing in the world. I could actually see that kind of happening.
Yeah, you do
in a
something
weird way.
like that. Yeah.
So maybe a little bit closer game than anticipated earlier in the week. Jacksonville is a nice big win off of Houston. And this is just the right letdown spot, man. It really is. For Cincinnati, who is a team who's been playing miserably, but they're catching a ton of points here and maybe too much. All right. That's it, David. That's the slate. How about that? We're just after 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's go ahead and we will do our famous segment as we will go for 2.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
I want to watch this movie again.
Sorry. Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Give me 2 pounds and a Rick Bell.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step in number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
What a movie marathon that would be. Better Off Dead, if you've never seen that, is a fantastic, funny, classic movie, comedy. Better Off Dead, Back to School, Goodfellas, and what was the other one? Oh, Point Break.
Right.
Wow, what a marathon that would be. That'd be fun. If we get a real snowy, rainy day, maybe I'll make that happen here. I miss the old Blockbuster going to rent the old VHS off the shelf, David. What do you got for 2 touchdown scores for me today?
All right, Steve, we're going to start off with Tyreek Hill. He is in a prime time spot to do that today. Also, Christian McCaffrey is thrown into this parlay. The big one, Steve, that's really going to juice things up if we can get this to happen. Sam Laporta for 2 touchdowns today, followed up, and you might not like this one,
Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen for 2 today.
David, that's a nice round robin. That has a very good chance to hit, I would say. Give me Derrick Henry for 2. I think that's a sure thing today for him. I would also long shot. It's a long shot, David. We're going out on a limb, but at 95-1, I have to take Tyquan Thornton for 2 touchdowns today for the Patriots. He's been banged up a lot. He's healthy. Maybe the kind of a stud receiver. Hasn't really played much. Maybe Zappy gets him the ball. That's just the logic there. Let's see. Del Grande likes Bijan today. Who else? I'm going to take Brian Robinson for 2. How about that? I'm going to take Brian Robinson for 2. I'll throw him into the mix. I will also take McCaffrey for 2. I like that. I could also see Brandon Ayuk getting 2 touchdowns today as well. I'm going to have some fun ones. Go ahead and give me Puka Nacua for 2 touchdowns.
I like it
today with the Rams. And here's a sneaky one. Go ahead and give me Christian Watson for 2 touchdowns for Green Bay. How about that? I didn't mention him, but he's going to pay a good number today. Del Grande says that he likes him for 1 for sure. So go ahead and throw me in for 2 touchdowns for him today. All right, Dave, what's your best bets?
All right, best bets today, Steve. We're going to start off with this one. More to come for sure, but we're going to go with Jaylen Warren for 60+ on his alt rushing yards today. We're going to put a little trust in the Falcons as well, Steve. Here's something that I haven't done all year, but I'm going to give it a try. The Atlanta Falcons for the first touchdown in their game today. We're going to throw Tua in for 300+ passing yards. I don't see how he doesn't do it today against that secondary. Decent little plus number on that. And then we're going to round it off, Steve, and you're not going to like this one. Keenan Allen, anytime touchdown scorer.
All right, there you go. I'm going to take the Patriots to beat the Chargers in an upset. So I'll take them on the money line outright at 2-1. I think the Steelers can cover a big alternate number if you want today against the Cardinals. I think a high-scoring game with Denver and the Texans over 47.5. I think it sails over. Let's see. Any other locks out there today? And the 49ers on the system play will be a good play, -3 for sure. But I'm going to take a shot and move the line to 10. I know I don't want to take Philly to get blown out here. The chances of that happening aren't likely. But maybe the Niners do come in and rule the roost there. So I'll just have to move the number around for the sake of it. It is a system play. And go ahead and give me the Rams at home as well, too. I think they'll handle the Browns quite heavily. And I'll call for the upset tonight on Sunday Night Football with the Packers. So Packers, Rams, 49ers. Highest scoring game of the day with Houston and Denver. Pittsburgh on a big alt line, and the Patriots are my picks. Okay, we will come back on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a What the Puck is Going On. Chance for a road show next week for me, Dave. I'll talk to you about that in a minute.
All right.
I'll announce that official by Tuesday. If that's the case, we'll make some plans for the weekend. Maybe at a stadium coming live. But a few things have to happen outside of all this to make that actually happen. And we'll do a Friday soccer paycheck who needs much redemption, as that paycheck bounced this last week. We'll try to get a good one for you this week, this Friday at 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. So puck on Tuesday at 6. Friday soccer paycheck Friday at 4. All right. Good luck, everyone.